Good time zone. And a happy birthday to all of those around the world. Downloaded Ambinar? Seems like it's harder to make money. I don't know. I do not know. It's been a while since I've played the base game. Probably depends on a lot of things. Try the nation I'm currently playing and it will get tough later on. Oh boy. Well, part of it is to train myself, so. Time zone at Solzen. Did you all do the first map of contingency contract? Very interesting. Bit of a doozy. It's interesting that the two, like a choice of two modifiers you have to get for like the 200 achievement is either you have 2 operators only or 1 deployment slot. I thought it was very interesting that they're pretty much forcing you to go down that route. Feel bad for those that don't have a kicker. You see, I tried using a pusher or a puller, and that didn't really pan out for me. I gave up on that immediately. I chose the 1 deployment slot modifier and then just used Reed and Lapland Alter, and you just win. You just win. Took several tries to figure things out. At first I was going to go for 200 immediately, but I was like, nah, I gotta learn what's happening. So I did the 2 other achievements first. And during that process, learned that Reed can blow everyone up very easily. So I was like, okay, I'll do that. But then, like, I need someone else to, like, kill everyone globally. So Lapland was the choice. I did use Texas. I probably used Texas once or twice to pick up stragglers. But yeah, it was an interesting first rotation map. Definitely a bit of a challenge run, which I appreciate. Well, bam. I don't know why the chat moves over every time nowadays. So, looked into Hycelin's because I was curious, like what the read is on her. Not that I was interested in pulling, but I was interested in like what's going on. And it's a good thing I wasn't really interested in pulling because it would be a really bad idea for me to do that. All of her team synergies are for characters I do not have. Every single one. All of them are pretty much other 5 stars. Kafka, Black Swan, Zhao Cho, I think that's his name, is an option. Yeah, Zhao Cho. Yeah, so it would be a really poor investment choice for me to do that. But I also did a little bit of farming. I think I've got Silverwolf as good as I can possibly make her. Like mathematically, I think it's impossible for me to get any more on her without sacrificing other stats. So like she's got 161 speed. Technically, if I wanted to use the light cone to full effect, I need 170. But I don't think it's literally possible for me to get to 170 without sacrificing other, probably more important stats. 160 is already her like recommended speed anyway. But I also need like effect hit rate, which is a bit lower than recommended, which is 50%. But I saw that you can technically get away with like 30 something percent. So 44% is about as good as I can get, unless I want to get rid of some speed. I don't really want to do, unless I can get just really, really lucky with some stat gains. Otherwise, crit rate at 50%, damage at 100%, like that's all recommended. So I think mathematically, unless I get super, 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 super lucky, which is probably not possible, and I don't have the patience for.
The server's still not
I think
open.
she's done. Unless I can get like a gold planar sphere, but with the same stats, but otherwise not much on that. Also did some, so then I did some farming for Tribby, because I realized that Tribby's stuff is not actually fully upgraded and it's kind of lacking. But I didn't really get anything going on that one. That's that. So now we've got a new zone, the second Styxia. We've got 2 copies of every zone for Amphorius, except for, I think Grove only has 1 still. Mother, please endure. Elevator work? It does. It wants us to go down that, so we're not going to. I guess there's a dead end for a puzzle. How hard is this going to be? Oh, there's a new mechanic. Oh my goodness. Teleporters occasionally appear in a recurring destiny. Teleporters have 2 states, open and closed. When you enter any teleporter with the same energy color, you will be teleported to the other end and the teleport will close. There are special buttons on the map. Stepping on them will reset a set of teleporters with the same color energy. The button will not reappear when the teleporters are active. The puzzle is evolving. So we want to fall. I have 2 moves. I guess we just want to walk in a straight line. Welcome to the Goto state. So an easy one to introduce. Fair enough. Still collecting those trophies, but don't do anything. Operate the scapegoat to the teleporter. When the shepherd travels through time and space. Welcome to the Goto statement. Is that that must be a reference I do not know. Or is it go-to statement? Goto statement? It's one word. Oh. Don't know. Why is there a dimensional portal? Give up, you'll never catch me. Oh, it's talking. I thought this was for the hand of Zagreus, but... An utterly unremarkable silver coin lies on the roadside. But the moment you pick it up, a strange texture tells you that it's never really touched the ground. Instead, it hovers just above the surface like a magnetic levitation. It must be Zagreus' doing. On closer inspection, you notice indentations where a chest once rested. Now it's gone without a trace. Who might it be behind this? It's a tough guess. Let's go on a treasure hunt. So, this is... He's already stolen it before I came here, and now I have to just yoink him out? Fascinating. Probably close his portal. Ah, I surrender, I surrender. If you keep bullying like that, we'll be split apart. I feel like the ground is spinning. I feel so sick. Wait a second, you're not a priest of Ornyx. Let that messy gray hair say this, dashing sir. Haven't we met before? Yeah, we met at the end of the West Wind. Yeah, I knew you wouldn't spill the truth, but you've carried a scent once we don't share, and it's what I think it is. Oh, things are about to get very interesting. It would be such a shame to waste your talents on the right path. Would you be interested in a little collaboration? That's what I would have said, if this were a true first meeting. Pity. Pity this is just a dream, and those outside the dream can never remain here. You are never destined to be the partner in crime I've always longed for, so close yet so far. Bye-bye, mysterious friend. Bartolos vanishes in a flash. Seems like this shrewd titan has seen through the intoxicated trickery.
The Queen's palace lies just ahead. Even her once graceful form is now tainted and drowned in dirty mire.
Any nymphs hiding in there? No. Why do you loathe the Earth Titan, yet love the life that the land births? To protect their feast, you're willing to swallow the black tide. Let tears return to the sea.
Oh.
Ritual prayer. The game froze for that load.
Oh, Fagusa, our noble queen, we've come at your call.
My little fishlings, you swim with such joy. It pains me to speak of the kingdom's sorrow. I once believed I could drink the black tide dry, but even the deepest chalice must one day overflow. And I can hold no more of this filth.
Is this just Fagusa? Interesting.
Mother, worry not. We're all children of the sea. Let us bear your fate together.
We'll take up your mantle and drive back the black currents. We'll mend your sacred chalice and take in the cursed filth.
My little fishlings, when the spear of strife falls, you may retreat in peace. I promise you, on the surface, the city-states will hold a feast without end in your honor. This is the last gift I can give you.
Well, that's inconvenient.
Fagusa sank into the abyss. With the chalice shattered, their intoxication spilled into the black tide, birthing the first madness in Amphorius. Sea sirens followed one after another, hunting for the Titan's fragments, until their flesh decayed and their bones crumbled, all for the promised final feast. Keep watching, but tread carefully, for the stage ahead is crumbling with age. Just like her shattered fate.
Await the feast. Stop the black tide. Children, leave a promise for a grand feast. She shattered into 10,000 teardrops. Let the fish seek dreams. If only we could shatter the sands of time. So I wonder if the first madness was what that one book was. Is that she was consumed by the black tide, and the like Styxia being drowned by the sea and everyone going mad was because of that. Imperator War Chronicle. I love the color gold. It is a color that symbolizes romance. I heard the nymphs of romance are actually a flutter of butterflies. They must be worth their weight in gold. I wish I could fly alongside them. Perhaps then I'll become golden color too.
Oh.
Take this.
Clinging to the past only blocks the road forward. Why not let time build a bridge to the future?
Just disengage. And this is new. The Chrono Vessel is a temporal ritual tool crafted by Ornyx's priests with various sizes and styles. Breaking the vessel will pause time in the area around it. When facing a broken vessel, rewind it will fix the vessel and allow them to flow again in the surrounding areas. While rewinding time an object, the object will not be affected by time. Actually, no, we did this. There was a puzzle involving this before, wasn't there? If you wish to freeze a moving object at a specific time, you can preemptively deploy a time stop zone, then initiate rewind and manually interrupt the rewind. Some triggers, yeah. Okay. So this is gonna fall, and we're gonna want to stop time before it crushes the bridge. Leave a promise for the grand feast. Let the fish seek dreams. Await the feast. Leave a promise for the grand feast. Sheesh. Okay, that's all this is. Alright. It's getting derivative.
The chandelier is still giving way. Maybe the chrono vessel nearby can help?
Your wisdom far surpasses even the bounds of reason's model.
Yeah, I'm smart. The torments of destruction are spreading. Styxia's feast.
Can't get through. Looks like I'll need the miracle orb nearby.
The sea sirens might attend the banquet with the mother, or when the day comes. What can we get through? Oh, maybe that area.
want this? Fine. Take it and amuse yourself.
It'd be great if one time to try to grab the spear just works and we actually grab it immediately.
The ending was written
Oops.
long ago. Even you cannot rewrite it. Just like this poor chandelier.
The sisters and their mother raised their cups. And the beings on the land danced along.
Oh.
The black tide is devouring everything.
Electra! The fiends have gnawed my tail. I can no longer swim to the far seas.
Electra! The black sludge has soaked my fins! I can't dance with you anymore!
They actually have tails and fins. I feel like we're missing out on some character design, if so. This must be a fleeting, drunken dream. Torrents of destruction are spreading.
Sisters, don't give up. Remember the Queen's promise of a feast in the city called Styxia.
You're in Styxia. Is this not supposed to be in Styxia? Now I'm confused.
I haven't forgotten. It visits me in dreams every night.
I dreamed of a shining city. Its lights
Hey.
piercing the deep gloom of the seabed.
I dreamed of children placing
Water.
garlands on our bone horns. And poets praising the sea sirens for shielding the world.
But what a shame. We can go no further. Please, sing to the humans for us. Sing of the deep sea's legend in our place.
Yeah, so I guess the Lygus is telling us their story while we're walking through here, not so much that this is where it was happening. So the sea sirens turned into those creatures. Now why do they have D20s in them?
The sea sirens were tainted by the destruction. Their flesh rotted away. They became the black tide creatures of this cycle.
They became the black tide creatures of this cycle. That makes it seem like the black tide takes different people every cycle. I thought it was just it took everyone. Like, so the black tide that we were fighting in the other cycle was specifically just a specific group of people, but I thought it would be taking over. Like, it took no, because it took over like the people in the Grove, didn't it? And it took over the people in Aes Elysiae. But these things should have been here in any cycle, right?
Farewell, sisters. I'll finish this last task, then return to prepare your feast.
And so, only one sea siren remained among the sea floor.
I thought we were gonna fight.
Icevans, swimming alone through the seas, burying her kin, and searching for the fragments of the chalice of plenty. Though most of that journey was in vain, why not use the power of time to leap ahead toward the journey's end?
To reach the spirit basin, I'll need to call upon the power of the chrono vessel.
Souls drift towards the feast at the bone, have forever sunk in the river of souls. Yeah, I'm gonna assume it's that sentence was a bit like inaccurate in the sense of like there would have been sea sirens in the last universe because Hyslins was there, so there probably would have been corrupted sea sirens. And if the black tide takes over everyone, then there should be other black tide creatures besides just the sea sirens in this one.
The Chalice of Plenty is whole again. The Lance of Fury emerges from the River of Souls, and the gods reclaim their duty to hold back the Black Tide. I am freed from endless toil, and now walk toward the rites at Styxia. I bore my sister's dreams upon my back, took on a graceful human form, and hoped to find a grand celebration on the shore.
Oh, so they have a non-human form.
My fins became legs, my scales became skin, and the sea foam on my body became a shimmering gown. But when I stepped onto land, there were no festivals with honey brew, nor poets plucking harps, only silent death, drifting gently along the River of Souls.
When she fulfilled her wish, she only found Styxia to have already repeated the mistakes of previous cycles, and was swallowed by death. Hopes and promises are nothing but the foam of dreams.
I am a sea siren, A vessel born to contain the tides. Now that my task is done, and the promise is broken,
The House
how
lies.
am I to go on
Confusion.
in a world drowned in shadow?
Nihility. Oh snap.
Fagusa, my noble queen. She evaded my questions with drunken stupor. She told me a grand feast awaited me in the surface world. So I wandered lost, groping through the dark. The feast she spoke of. Where is it?
Lonely Blade, I shall grant you everything you seek.
Is that why she's Path of Nihility? That's a pretty nice touch. Green portals. Six moves. So we want to end up at the green portal while the guys on the blue, our shadows on the blue button, which means we have to then use the green portal button to reactivate it. But if it's already over there, how do we reactivate the... We need it to reactivate the button. So we need to end up on the yellow one. So we need to move 3 over to the edge, so then it goes on the green, and we move 2 back over. That's only 5. 1, 2. We need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Except now we are... No, I know that's off. Because now it's going to be like that. It's always the timing that gets me there. When I have to use a button immediately to get the shadow to do something, that is the one that always messes me up. So I think we don't want to fall. I think we do just want to overpass it. So that we can do this. And do that. Perfect.
Oh.
I find it hard to believe that there's no other nymphs there. I feel like I'm missing them.
Oh, you want this? Fine. Take it and amuse yourself. Oh.
there's one. Ever see a chandelier this big? It nearly crushed me. Thankfully, rather, I'm nimble.
Oh, you want this? Fine. Take it and amuse yourself.
Okay. On the dusky battlefield, I saw a fire. Why did she call out to me? And why did I respond?
After wandering the surface for ages, the lost sea siren met her future conspirator.
You quelled the wars alone and forced strife into retreat. This swordfish that commands thousands of legions, whom does she serve?
It was the moment they met.
Yes, Ceridra, long before she became the Imperator, was already burning with ambition.
I wonder where she got her start. Like, was she just a really good orator that convinced everyone to follow her at first? Did she beat people up until they followed her? Was she just in a position of privilege at first?
Sovereign who follows prophecy. I am no one's sword. I am just a wandering fish, seeking clarity through bloodshed.
Then how about letting the sword dance for me? And letting the violin sing in my name?
Her flame.
Tell me, what is it you seek?
It gives such warmth, I assume. Such brilliance.
All I want is a feast where I might belong.
Such a demand is trivial with the Sovereign's authority. I'll grant you a banquet worthy of conquest, and comrades to toast beside you. But Knight, you must offer me your heart.
My heart?
Yes, a loyal heart that will generate no betrayal. You were deceived by gods and drowned in the ocean's darkness. But now, I will lead you forward and be your light.
My light.
So be it, noble monarch.
My law.
The law you proclaim shall govern my every breath.
This sounds a bit toxic, but that's okay, I guess. It works out in the end.
So be it, noble monarch. I am simply becoming someone else's vessel once again, and accepting a duty given to me.
And thus, in her hollow drift, she finally found a new purpose, like sunlight piercing the deepest trench.
It is cool to see a character whose path mechanically is actually part of their story. I feel like it's been a while since we've had that. Oh, there may be some characters. I feel like some characters may be like, well, if you analyze them, you could like kind of like come up with a justification. But some characters are like, I just don't. There's no really any justification. You just are that class. Why'd I walk down backwards? Why'd it turn me around? Did I turn around? The monarch brought me to a new world. The fiery brightness of her crown. Melted away my confusion.
Noble monarch, I've cleansed the foulness from the road as you commanded.
My blade, you've helped me ascend and take the crown. Ask, and you shall have your reward.
What I desire is the same as before. A feast.
Just really wants to eat some food.
Look, I've prepared you a grand banquet. The finest honey brew and tributes await.
We have a pineapple, some grapes, I guess, some meat, and I don't know what's on the far right. Some sort of patty or some sort of bread or... Not quite sure. Some of them are on the ground. Not sure why, who knocked them over.
Fish are drawn to light by nature, for the deep sea knows only gloom.
This feast.
Now I found a flame. It may scald and burn, but it's the only light.
It's not a lie.
Come, let us join the feast. Perhaps the path forward lies hidden among the revelry.
Oh, there's the garment maker. What a strange wall. It's as if it's appeared overnight. I wonder what lies behind it. I'm so curious. I'll extend my eyes behind it to take a look. This mannequin hides in a corner of the square as if excluded from all past stage plays. Was there simply no role left to give it, or did the dream's master will it to remain untouched by the smell of the sea? You can't tell. The garment maker remains silent, or perhaps his voice has already been lost to the sea. We've got people all over the place.
Oh.
What? First of all, those grapes are ginormous. Second of all the grape models out there, not sure where I'd put this on the list, but it's not great. but I won't complain too much because most games, if you look at their grape models, they're never that good. The people's laughter. Chalice of Plenty sigh.
Oh, you want this? Fine. Take it and amuse yourself.
The people's song. So beautiful. I feel like I'm walking somewhere. I'm gonna walk later, but whatever. See, this is where they're making the grapes, or the wines. Hi, Bartolos. What are you doing here? Hey, buddy. You came at just the right time. Tell me, why do humans invent such cool entertainment? What are you talking about? Oh, come on, take a look at me. Big, round, and purple me looks like a grape, right? Picture it. Countless humble old Bartoloses squished beneath your feet. Bellies bursting in despair with unspeakable goo spewing forth. Yeah, the horror, the cruelty, and you people even take that as entertainment? Keep taking your meds? That's a wild thing to say. That's wild. Don't flatter yourself. This is all very insulting. No sense of humor at all. True that, this whole city's pretty sick after all. Anyway, since everyone seems to love the feeling of stomping on the ground, juicy purple things, that's why there's no one ever tried. Then why has no one ever tried stomping on old Bartolos? I mean, look at me, I'm basically a walking grape here. Are you okay, Bartolos? I could accept grapes getting cruelly crushed, but me, Bartolos, not even qualified to be stomped flat. I've been standing here for ages and not a single soul spares me a glance. But now, at long last, you speak to me, and that settles it. Either you squish me or I squash you. One way or another, someone's playing with me today. And
Pretty good crowd today.
the Bartolos of this cycle is kind of weird. I miss old Bartolos.
Keep up. Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Amazing. But then again, it's me.
Oh dear, yeah, right there. You got talent for massaging. Seems your belly won't ooze any goo. You act like you won. You act like you won. Anyway, the poor old Bartolos, unloved and tragically short-legged, has now participated in a real recreational activity. What joy, congrats to me. Back in the day, I was a legendary master thief, even Kefali and Thanatos would have to show me some respect, but now maybe I'm just too good at going invisible. I've stood around half the day and only you noticed me. People always say the greatest hides in plain sight, but being too untouchable makes you feel lonely sometimes, you know? Hey, gray hair, you look familiar. Next time you're bored, come hang out with me. Let old Bartolos experience a little about being a grandparent. Just kidding. If family jokes aren't your thing, feel free to erase that one from your memory. I love Bartolos. Not this Bartolos, but other Bartolosies. Bartolosi. So this one... What? Oh, there is a trigger down there. I didn't see it at first. Like, how do I go through the portal without the other one? But I see it now. Yes, I want to go through, and I want to end up back on the portal. So I guess I could just go down and around, and that should probably work out. Probably. 6 moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's actually a perfect amount. But I need a... Well, I already pressed the portal. Okay. I think that works out fine. And it's going to press it again for me, so that works. Okay. Easy peasy. Leo Varix, you alive?
Roar, I can't drink anymore.
Who made you drink so much?
Roar, deliver. My lord, you must listen to my troubles. You know, there are no concentration of flavor labels on these honey brew drinks. It's all down to luck. But humans have preferences. That nasty bunch forced the ones they didn't like into my mouth. Do I look like a barrel or a water pipe? If only I had limbs, I wouldn't be such an easy prey.
Can't you keep your mouth closed?
You don't understand. I didn't have to pay for those honey brews they forced on me. It was a waste not to drink them. No, I've made up my mind. Mega Lion Man, stop drinking those honey brew at once. You gotta talk the talk and walk the walk.
Well said.
Roar. Thank you. My name is not Mega Lion Man. I'm going off on a tangent again. I still have more to complain about, but great deliver. How about you bring some honey brews over and we can chat over drinks? Roar.
Right. Once again, by the way, honey brew not alcoholic. Game said so.
Have you heard that the Imperator's about to begin a new campaign?
Her glory will no longer be bound by the borders of Enforius.
Okay, we can walk around here a little bit. Another Leo Varix. Although I think it's all the same entity. The people's songs. So beautiful. They ain't talk. Oh, that's the same text, huh?
My faithful subjects, tonight's feast is not just for the past. It's a toast to the future! Born from our golden blood is an unstoppable colossus. Our iron beast to trample the universe!
Great monarch, I've heard the universe teems with great threats. Can we truly remain invincible?
To conquer the stars, can she truly do this without suffering harm?
Fear not. Before the troops of the destruction, such rabble is no more than cosmic dust. Surely there's a planet draped in oceans out there in the stars. Once I claim it, it shall be yours to rule.
But she knew about Iron Tomb all the way back then as well.
And to the rest, your triumphs will not go unrewarded. I promise you a new age, free of fear. Now, raise your cups to our conquest among the sea of stars.
Sea of stars! Sea of stars!
Sea of Stars. Man. This whole scene reminds me of a thing I wrote once, actually. That also had an imperious woman leading an army that conquered the world to the next mission of conquering the stars.
Conquest among the sea of stars. What a grand vision. Yet, to the Siren Knight, only feasts still stir her heart.
And specifically, there was a speech about the whole thing, like Sarita just had about, let's go do it. No one can stop us.
Come now, join me. Witness the end of this futile dream.
Where's the way out of this illusion?
Come quick! Let's celebrate together!
I've saved the finest brew. Come taste it with me.
Except the color palette was exactly the opposite. Instead of blue, red. The third song. Why show this at this point? Because Lygus likes theatrics, I guess. I am willing to drown in her ambitions. To drown in the liquor of dreams. Yeah, so I was gonna walk through this whole area. The monarch's subjects stride alongside me, dancing with me as if my sisters, speaking to me as if friends.
Noble knight, you are truly a blazing spark. It is my honor to share this banquet with you.
Noble knight, you have earned victory with your blade. And you have every reason to revel in this moment of triumph. Let me pour you a glass of honey brew.
Noble knight, with the sovereign now enthroned, this triumph is yours as much as hers. Let me raise a toast to you.
Noble knight, Your strength is boundless. Lead us to conquer the universe, and let us toast to that vow!
Then drink we shall. Raise your glass. In the deep sea, I never knew what fire was. But when I set foot on land, the first light that I saw was the flames of war, lit with golden blood. It scorched my fins, made me feel pain and
desire,
ignited
hope,
an unprecedented hunger.
wishes.
A hunger that flickers in every hero's heart. So bright, yet so blinding.
Actually, the real answer to why they're showing us this is because they've got to build characterization. But I don't like it's they do this a lot. This arc, maybe it's the point because it's like Greek, and so they're like they want to do like Greek theater, which is like a big thing, obviously. So maybe that's why they like having these like vignettes of character exploration. But it is a weird choice to have it happen so often instead of just letting us interact with the characters themselves. It's like we just watch this instead of interacting with them. But that has been the reoccurring trend in pretty much every character. Except for I guess Hyacinth. Hyacinth was in the moment, pretty much. But they did this a lot for, they did this for Castoris, they did it for Cypher. They did it for Tribi. They're more likely to roll if they're familiar with the character. Exactly. It's just a weird choice to keep doing it this way. But I mean, it's not terrible. But yes, that's why Lygus is doing this for us, really.
Look! The monarch herself has taken her seat!
Hear that? The court sings her praises!
Come! Join us and praise her glory!
I love this feast. I guess partly they have to keep doing it because they keep killing all of them. Over and over again, they just keep killing them, so we can't interact with them. I love this journey that brings the feast. I love the people on the journey. I love the monarch chosen by the people. Was she chosen by the people?
One eye of hers sees glory. The other sees corpses.
And yet, she cherishes the name of glory more than fear and death.
As they say, the coward died 1,000 times before his end.
But the brave face death but once, which gods stand witness.
On the eve of war, we sang our hymns and set our sights to sail beyond the stars. The legions will climb aboard the beast, riding it like currents across the cosmos. Planets after planets flew the flags of her crown. Realm after realm was ignited by her flames of war. As the final resistance fell silent, a vast empire rose from among the stars. And this small pond at last embraced prosperity and peace. That's how the story ends. Tell me, visitor, in this dream, did you enjoy the show?
You could see me the whole time? That's not the right ending.
After all, beneath that still surface lie the bones of countless dead. It's time for me to wake up from this drunken dream.
Indeed, I have long known. Oh. Monsters spawned all around us, huh? That this is another one of fate's grand lie. My Imperator is dead.
The Imperator is dead! The Imperator is dead!
All the chibis running around. My fire is dead. My light is dead. My heart is dead.
People once cheered for my ascension. And now, they cheer for my fall. The cosmos. The battlefield. That I cannot reach.
Before the Sovereign's conquest reached its end, her life and ambition had already been swallowed by the deep sea. This is the true ending. Her grand designs torn apart by the blade. Her regal robe soaked in golden blood. And the one who struck her down? The one who struck her down.
The killer is...
was her most loyal Gladius.
You killed her.
I don't need to explain myself. A fish in a pond has no hope against the surge of fate. I wandered the shore, found a flicker of flame, only to snuff it out with my own hand. I don't understand. If the ocean's feast, the Imperator's dream, even Amphorius's existence are all illusions, then what's the point of our journey? When the Deliverer returns, I will let this absurd celebration come to an end. But Greyfry, I can't help but wonder how I dearly wish this feast of the Flame Chase would never end.
It seems she sensed your presence. The Fantasia's foundation is starting to crack. Let's return to the prologue. Remember the allegory of the cave. Can the prisoners in the cave learn to see the shadows and echoes for what they are, and stop mistaking them for reality? As you've seen, when she cast off her chains, finally turned to look around, and moved her legs, her reward was nothing but searing pain. The light will blind her, for the fire behind her had never once actually touched her eyes. Her legs will buckle beneath her, for she had never learned to walk forward. And so she fell into infinite confusion and fear, and came to firmly believe that the shadows and echoes were the real world. But we in the cosmos, are we truly any wiser than she was? Now, nameless one, fateless one, ask yourself this. The paths you tread, the eons you worship, everything you've trailblazed with your own hands, could it all be someone else's projected shadow? Let's leave that question till after the curtain falls. Once you've unearthed every last truth and reached the prison built for me by the demigods, I'll speak with you face to face. I, the Theoros, have walked the 13 million histories born by Kozlana. 1,000 years is a mere atom in a grain of sand to me. Amphorius, compared to the cosmos, is but that grain upon a whole beach. I swore to bring an end to the erudition. Would I really let a single grain grind down my mind? Now, please use the power of time to open the gate to the ocean's depths. Go, find the prison warden tormented by loyalty. Find her, step into the world's vortex, and once there, end everything between us. That palace reflects the heart of the demigod of ocean. Intoxicated, stagnant. There, you'll witness the true beginning of the saga of deliverance. An ugly history, long buried by tides and shame. A staircase chalice of apotheosis that the Imperator forged with the golden blood of 500 human sacrifices under the pretense of conquest. I'll wait for you at the heart of the world. But to reach the place, you must find the prison warden, lost in her stupor.
I wonder... I mean, he's positing the question about the allegory of the cave. I wonder... He's like, well, how do you know that our universe is not just someone else's shadow? I wonder, like, we know about the imaginary tree. So I wonder if maybe the next thing after this is like, let's go explore the idea of the imaginary tree more. That's what that's like a bit of a setup for that. Because the imaginary tree is the multiverse pretty much. He doesn't know, or it's meta commentary, I suppose, or both.
Beyond this door lies the path to the vortex of Genesis.
There's a bunch of tribbies running around. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry I scared you, but you scared me too.
Now step away from this false banquet. And then onto that bloody stage.
Elevator moved too fast for the game.
The palace that worshipped the ocean, the sanctuary connected to the vortex, was also once the battlefield of the first flame chase.
When was the slow-mo feature added? Is it in slow-mo? The flow of time has slowed down.
Her exuberant
Oh yeah, I guess it
song
is.
halted the passage of time in this place, imprisoning my body and shielding my soul from deterioration. All just to await your return. The twisted time and space reflect her confusion.
Look, it's the Deliverer!
The Deliverer? He's back?
It's me.
And so, the Imperator's crimes were veiled.
Stay away from Apollonius.
This cup of honey brew, what a sweet aroma.
Run, Virginia.
Dux Hakalithist. We can't give up here.
Love steeped in death. How delicious.
Sadly, all you see is a remnant of history. And your interference is just another equally futile echo.
The audience is waiting.
Monster design for this one is cool. I like these fish. Daughters of the sea, their souls and flesh corroded by the sins of destruction, now dance and chant for the coming dark sun as hollow, twisted husks. The remnant black tide flows from past ages into this world's tides. Loyal and fair waves bathing in the mud that overflows from your master's cup, your pristine skirts stained with madness, you drift directionless between surges of life and death, finding no solace and no moment's peace. AoE attacker, apparently. But so am I.
Curiosity. Endless riddle. Nothing but a boy. Expand your thinking. Watch it grow.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
It's gone! I feel that flame! Let me go!
Ow.
Life's like a good brew, my friends.
These guys hurt.
Indulge yourselves! It ain't over.
Pretty good crowd today.
Turn it up!
Ready to
That's
lose
really
yourself?
hurt.
You can fight it or rock with it.
Keep up!
Ow. What the heck?
In the mood for another beating?
Well,
How's this taste?
Ready to lose yourself? You can
my,
fight
my
it
damage dealer is dead,
or
so
rock with it.
not looking good for us.
Watch closely!
I can summon guys? Oh my god. They go like 3 updates without any fighting. And then they make these guys that are really powerful. So they can summon more servants. Gosh. High chance to decrease defense and resistance.
Turn it up.
Well, this is great.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Nice, like a good, my friends. Indulge yourselves!
Is it coming? I feel that flame. Let me go!
It ain't over.
That's it.
Ow.
Keep up. You can fight it or rock with it.
I need to use Trivi's skill, but I also like don't think I can afford to not attack.
You can fight it or rock with it.
Yikes.
Nice, like it, my friends. Indulge yourselves!
We just gotta kill the main boss.
Pretty good crowd today.
At least we have one person who they're weak
Ready to lose
against.
yourself? You can fight it. or
Although she's not made to
rock
be a
with it.
DPS, she's made to be a battery. We're doing it.
Is it coming?
Slowly but
I
surely.
feel that flame. Let me go! Underestimating us will cost you!
Nice. Good recovery.
Apollonius, look. I chased the enemy away. But I think I can't go any further.
I'm sorry, Virginia, for letting you.
It's okay. I'm glad to die by your side.
Ah, such an ironic twist of fate. Even as the foundation of the world crumbles, the heartless Imperator still made the same decision she did in the past 30 million cycles. During the first Flame Chase journey, the Flame Chase Legion stormed Styxia. Tens of thousands of sea sirens surged from the River of Souls, crashing toward the heroes like a tidal wave. The hell before you is the recreation of that very battle.
Apollonius, look. I chased the enemy away. There is a letter I never got to give to you. Let me read it to you. It's my final poem. The shadow of a tree frames the sage's back, like a boulder bearing the rings of time. The bird's song is a whisper of wind through the forest, but it cannot pass the fractures in his form.
More of a poem than a letter, but yeah. I guess a poem could be any letter.
His weight presses down on the bird's wings, and the stirring heart within.
I always wanted to tell you. You look beautiful when you read poetry.
Her voice reciting poetry grows ever fainter, fading with each breath until they all vanish completely at her lips, like wind slowly dying away.
Virginia, see you in the new world.
His form grows rigid, but his kind smile remains, as if he were a benevolent statue frozen in time. They lay side by side for the first time, never to wake up from this dream again.
Take a look. This is pure genius in action.
Pretty good crowd today.
Turn it up!
Alright, let's try not to die again.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it, or rock with it!
It's gone! I feel that flame! Let me go!
Expand your thinking.
Keep up!
Ready to lose
Gosh, they do
yourself?
love that.
You can fight it, or rock with it!
In the mood for another beating? Nice like a good brew. Full, my friends. Indulge yourselves!
They also have, like, I think they have an action advance thing, right? Action advances after taking a certain number of attacks, yeah. That's really annoying.
That's it.
The confidence.
Let's show.
Come on. Oh my gosh.
How's this taste?
Impressive.
Is it coming?
This is worth
I
learning.
feel that flame! Let me go!
Curiosity. Endless riddle.
Shouldn't be
Nothing but a
losing someone
ball.
every fight.
amazing. But then again, it's me we're talking about. Oh.
I had a target there for a second. Can I seriously not shoot over this body? Hello? Gosh. Even over here. Is there anything over here? Is there any point to this? No. Great. I'll continue to stay here and wait for the water currents to bring me to an unknown destination. But this isn't a water current. Nope. Back into. Why is that? Under the constraints of the ocean at times, sinks and toxic turbulence, causing your prayer power to be slowed by the currents.
The deliverer? He's back?
Okay. Oh look, they're back alive.
A painful past, yet hidden beneath a veil of joyful song. Two discarded data clusters waiting for someone's return, it seems. Relive the history, then pass through the temple's waters and come to my side.
Water, kind of. If only I knew how to swim. There's a book inside the... My gosh. Oh, we're like in an underwater cave or something. Cool. Look, I'm swimming in the water, gurgle. But I can't breathe underwater.
Isn't that the deliverer? He finally made it.
Hi. Familiar heroes beam with joy, celebrating your return, yet you know this too remains a hollow memory.
Isn't that the deliverer? He finally made it.
I can ascend. I cannot walk around that thing.
Isn't that the deliverer? He finally made it.
Can I ascend? Let's ascend. Arise. Oh, there's another one up here.
What a wretched way to die. The Flame Chase army, devoured by warbling fish, never saw it coming. Look, the cruel Imperator and her Knight Commander, the pitiful Warden. What a perfectly matched duo of test subjects. Their hands drip with blood, golden blood. Raise the bridge and cross the river of fate. This path of the prisoner is far from over.
Good on Hoyoverse for having alternative cutscenes for if you trigger the miracle up top, even though the quest told you to use the one at the bottom. That was good. Now why am I up? Ooh, there's a scapegoat over there. Why would I turn that one off? I don't know. Can't move it, so I'm not sure why that exists. Unless I need to turn it off. No, I can't do that. Makes sense? I don't know. This one, I need to be on the blue, and it needs to be on the yellow. All the fish are sleeping. Yeah, see, the thing's still on, so if I go over there and turn it off, then the bridge would be active, right? But I can't turn it off from that side, because then I'm stuck. So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. That. There's another book over there that.
You finally made it.
Imperator. Imperator.
Did you see my gallant deeds, Imperator? Imperator. Imperator.
You fool. How could you still not get it even now? With her schemes, do you think she'd ever let us end up like this by accident? She knew how this battle would end from the start. That tyrant. I swear I'll kill her with my own hands.
No. She wouldn't send us to die for nothing. She would never betray our dreams. Or Imperator.
To the very end, or M4, yes.
I know I'm a fool. So I'll believe in your commands. To the very end. Take my
Isn't she
life.
dead?
And finish the conquest of the stars.
I think this is, I guess, before she's dead, but they're dying. This is all memories. His shattered armor ceases to rise and fall. His unclosed eyes remain resolute, sharp as a broken blade.
You mutt. Looks like I won't get my revenge after all, tyrant. Without me, your conquest is doomed. I'll be waiting for you in the River of Souls to slice off that crown-wearing head of yours. Remember this. I never bowed to you. Or fate.
The storm beside her slowly stills, tears and blood pooling at her eyes' corners like shallow ponds of golden rain. Oh, we got a book. She dropped a book on her death. Serva's letter. For the first time, they coexist in harmony, dwelling in eternal peace with no more conflict. Why do we have that term? Messinian salinity crisis. Oh wow, we've got water raising in real time. Addition of the lotus leaf chain. We'll have to experiment with what that's doing for us. Wait, that's a dead end. Where? Where am I going? Hold on, turn that back off? That only goes to that floor. Oh. Oh, it was frozen. So it couldn't go higher. I see. That was not very intuitive, to be honest. Okay.
A sovereign and the sword at her side. There are countless counterparts across the cosmos. Most of their stories end in tragedy.
Imperator, why did you...
You're here, Dux Gladiorum.
You ordered me to seal the sea route and handle threats from the rear. So why didn't you wait for me to return? Why send the Vanguard ahead and let them die in vain?
Die in vain? No, you're wrong. Their golden blood won't be spilled for nothing. The other dukes have paved the road for me to become the god of law.
The trial of law? You never spoke of this to anyone. What is...
The one who wishes to bear law must purge this world of its curse, and offer the blood of the accursed as sacrifice. I pondered long on what Talantin meant by blood of the accursed. Then, I found the answer. You, I, and every Chrysos heir summoned by the prophecy are the accursed ones. Just like that arrogant Theoros said, our golden blood is the agent of destruction, the antithesis of the world's fate. Dux Frigoris, Dux Brumalis, Dux Helcalethist. Their fate was sealed at that moment. Dying on a glorious campaign was the final gift I could give them.
You speak as if they didn't die because of your cold-blooded schemes. Was their loyalty meaningless to you?
Losses are a constant on the Flame Chase journey, among which even life itself holds little value. If a subject marches to war without that conviction, then yes, as you said, shallow loyalty means nothing.
And what about my loyalty, Ceridra? You sent me away under the pretense of guarding the rear. Was there any shred of humanity left in you?
Because you still have a duty no one else can bear. Only you can uphold Fagoos's divine authority. The choice is yours now. Cast off the chains of loyalty and drive those blades through my heart. Or stand with me and sever the ocean's last breath. If you no longer share my vision or believe in the new law I seek to weave for Amphorius, then go on and end me. The Imperator of Amphorius may be ruthless and cruel, but never a liar. When I say life itself holds little value, know this. I am ready to sacrifice everything for the ambition to conquer the Sea of Stars.
Now you've seen it. The brutal Imperator was willing to spill the blood of 500 heroes to complete the trial of law. As for my poor warden, her suffering had only just begun.
So what did Hysolins choose? Didn't we just see her kill her up top? Whatever. Why did they need to sacrifice people for the trial of law? Is that real or is that a scheme? Like, everyone else was just like, they did like a personal trial inside their like mindscape. When was there ever a need to sacrifice people? That wasn't ever. Well, we didn't get much about Saridra on the other cycles. But well, I guess Castoris's prophecy stuff was that they were twins and one of them had to be killed, had to kill the other or whatever for their trial, I guess. So maybe it is a real trial. An interesting trial for law, though.
I'm no storyteller. I have no duty nor interest in filling the history you've missed. I just want you to witness the monstrous choice the Imperator made before the Chrysos Heir turned their blades against me.
Aren't you doing exactly that? Aren't you exactly telling us the history that I missed? Just want you to witness the monstrous choice the Imperator made before the Chrysos Heir turned their blades. You think I'd falter because of this?
You jest. I gave up on using words to solve conflicts 2,000 years ago. But I won't squander a chance, not even a sliver of one. If there's even a crack in the walls of your conviction, then my victory is already assured.
There's even a crack. Well, there's not.
Now that the past is settled,
well,
let's
there's not.
turn the page and bring time back to the present. And dive deeper still, until we reach the very bottom of the abyss.
Can you walk back this way, or is it... Oh, there's a book there. Ah, we're gonna have to fight for it.
Take a look. This is pure genius in action.
Very well.
Can't stop the run! Keep up!
Never seen perfection before? Open sesame.
Pretty good. Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it. Turn it up. to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Nice like a good, my friends. Indulge yourselves! It ain't over.
Depending on the elemental weaknesses of the boss, we might have to switch
Best
teams.
is yet to come.
Pilgrim's notes.
The fleet that rode the waves was dragged down into the deep. The flame-chasing nymphs were reduced to ash. What a tragedy. And you, Deliverer, shall bear witness to this golden death.
You want this? Fine. Take it and amuse yourself.
Shatter the vessel of time, and let this stagnant pool start to flow again. Just like the broken fate of Amphorius.
Gosh, why is this so... Do that. Now we can get up here and actually do the other thing. You can also clear this path. Alright, this slow-mo thing's a little ridiculous.
This hidden gate leads to the vortex. Hurry now. The time of our reunion draws near. This hidden gate leads to the vortex. Hurry now. The time of our reunion draws near, Deliverer. This hidden... Hurry now.
My voice is glitching. Get me out of here.
This cruel journey will reach its end at long last.
You've been silent a long while, Dux Gladiorum. Starting to doubt your decision?
Save your breath. The vortex of Fagusa lies just ahead.
This is a nice little hallway. Oh. This map is cool.
After the trial,
Getting cooler.
there's nothing left between us.
So you'll stop swimming toward the stars, Dux Gladiorum?
I was always a creature of the sea. The stars in the sky were never meant for me.
You want this? Fine. Take it and amuse yourself.
No. Look, a gravestone. But whose name does it bear? It was here that the prisoner, who thinks herself the prison warden, made her choice. Witness, listen, and awaken. Dux Gladiorum, I've lost count of how many times you've stood here over the past centuries.
You talk too much for a prisoner like Kyrgyz.
Two geniuses who defied law and all the Chrysos heirs who sacrificed themselves in this cycle worked together to chip away my strength. But they, you, can never affect my will. And as long as my will remains intact, I am free.
Don't get ahead of yourself. I still have ways to chain your divine soul.
Please, do surprise me. But I'd say your mission is nearly done here, isn't it? Oh, it was here you gorged out the core flame of ocean from Fagusa's body. It was here you and that Imperator both completed apotheosis, becoming pillars of Euphorius. And after that, you drove your blade into her heart. A loyal subject turned regicide. A demigod committing deicide. Or so the history books paint that tragedy. Oh, but if that's the truth, then why, after 1,000 years, are you still here, guarding the Imperator's grave? Still bound by loyalty? Come to think of it, perhaps I'm not the only one imprisoned here.
Your calm does stir the rage in me. As if the one paying the price here isn't you, but us. The ones who lost everything.
That's only because I've waited 30 million lifetimes for my vision to be realized. Countless millennia. Loneliness never once showed me its fatal side. In fact, for a prisoner of the cave, it's more like an old friend. One that helps me think. But you're different, Dux Gladiorum. Loneliness has crept from the silent depths, sinking its claws into your mind. Bit by bit, it's peeling you apart. Will you regress into one of those lost mad sirens? Oh, what a shame that would be.
You're right, Lygus. Loyalty, curse, the fall of my kin, and this endless waiting. These shackles are too heavy for a fish that cannot perceive any light. I can't break free of the whirlpool that's pulling me under. Nor do I have the unwavering resolve to force myself to wait for that person's return, as everyone hoped for.
Oh, deliverer from beyond the sky. My executioner. How much longer until he arrives here? Or will he ever return?
I don't know. And I doubt anyone does.
Then, what will you do?
Saridra. This will be the last time I carry out your decree. Ever since you took me under your banner and made me the Dux Gladiorum, my music has belonged to others. Time and time again, I use the siren's song to lure the unwary into illusions for your schemes and strategies. Now, let the siren Electra sing for herself. Let me step into an endless dream of my own making. Oh, great ocean. I offer you the rest of my clarity and my freedom, in exchange for the strength to stand against the nihility and honor the sacrifices of the fallen heroes. Greyfry, deliverer from beyond the sky. When you ride the current of time and find your way here, you'll hear my solo. It will guide you to the heart of this world. By then, I may still be lost in my self-wrought slumber. But I'll uphold my part of this long relay and guard the shackles that seal the Theoros. Do you still remember? To awaken someone from a siren's voice, you'll need...
But Goose says honey-do.
The gift I once gave you? May you still have it when the time comes. When you return, please pour that honey brew upon this grave. It holds the story of all our struggles and sacrifices. May you see it one day. The prelude Amphorius wrote for your return, carried forward through a 1,000-year relay. When your morning ends, I'll likely wake from my dream as well. Then, follow the trail of echoes and find me. And together, we'll bring judgment upon the sinner who defiled the erudition.
At long last, 33,550,336 cycles and 4,931 years later, Amphorius's final curtain is ready to fall. The shadows within the cave gave everything. Yet all they did was mimic life outside its walls. A futile effort steeped in sorrow.
Enough! They were no shadows. Everything they did shattered the darkness of this cave and unearthed the core flame of Trailblazing. And now, with that core flame, I'll light the dawn of Amphorius!
Do you still choose the will of the paths as your answer in the end? I do not agree with that answer, but I respect your tribute to them. Allow me to take back my earlier words. As an apology, and in the name of Theoros, who saw all destinies in this world, let me join you in mourning. Let us bid farewell to the heroes who sleep here. And then let us face each other and decide whose flame will rise with this new dawn.
Libate for the heroes. First, grab the book. Elix's Underworld Postcard. See these stone tablets? They record the epilogue of heroes. I may not have tear ducts, but I feel my eyes wet with tears after reading them. My friend, let us pay our respects for the deceased. To the Christos heirs who gave their lives chasing flame, their fates were not foretold by prophecy, yet they bore no shame in their insignificance. With unwavering resolve, they shed golden blood along the flame chase journey. Read the inscription. Dux Vigoris Labinius, born like calendar 3743, deceased 3960. Dux Brumalis Seneca, born 3749, deceased 3960. Dux Carminium Virginia, born 3853, deceased 3960. Dux Helicothiest Apollonius, born 3704, deceased 3960. At the end is a long epitaph. Saridra the Imperator, the demigod of law, deceased light calendar 3960. Not gonna give us a birth date? Libate. He poured the honey brew onto the gravestone, amber liquid seeping into the crevices of the inscriptions as if the heroes are drinking deep of the spilled tribute.
To Virginia, Apollonius, Seneca, Libinus, and Saridra.
Through a brutal sacrifice, they lit the stars of law in this world, propelling Amphorius's fate forward. In the shimmering mirage of illusion, they entrusted their dreams to ride among the stars, to the hero yet to come.
To the Christos heirs who gave their life for a new world, their fates are foretold by prophecy, are to be born whenever the world needs them, irrespective of how time and space may shift, all to fulfill their duty and answer their calling. Terravox, the demigod of Earth, born approximately 2,000 years before the light calendar system, deceased 3961. But he died later, before everyone else. Also, it's interesting that Saridra was on the other one, which was about Christos heirs who weren't important? Quote-unquote important? Weren't part of the prophecy? Aglaia, the demigod of romance, born light calendar 3860, deceased 4029. Okay, Terravox did not die. He died before Saridra, but he didn't die before everyone else. Castoris, demigod of death, born light calendar unknown, deceased 4123. See, they could have... Castoris is born unknown. They could have did that for Saridra, but Saridra didn't have anything. Mighty Most, demigod of strife, born 4071, deceased 4284. Wait, Mighty Most was born before or after Aglaia died? Tribios, demigod of passage, born 3720, last piece of her deceased light calendar 4295. Cyphera, born 3942, died 4534. He died after Mighty Most. Okay. Anaxagoras, demigod of reason, born 4065, died 4534. Hyacinthia, demigod of sky, born 4297, deceased 4602. She was the last one to die. She was born... Yeah, she was the youngest. Okay, that checks out. At the end of the epitaph, the line left unfinished. Electra, demigod of ocean, born 3860, deceased. Unknown. He was born the same year as Aglaia, apparently. Okay, interesting. You chip the talus once more, the honey brew bathing the stone like golden blood upon a demigod, forging destiny through its purifying flow.
Aglaia. Trebios. Mightymos. Castoris. Anaxagoras. Cyphera. Hyacinthia.
In a relay spanning 1,000 years, they stood against enemies far beyond their strength, and won a bitter victory through what seemed like futile resistance. And in that same 30 million cycles, also marked by futility, they remained steadfast in fulfilling their duty to the experiment, unchanging, unwavering. Let this be the end of mourning the fallen. At last, allow me one final toast to the lost prison warden, a prisoner bound by loyalty.
That voice... could it be?
Bathed in the honeydew of Fagusa, she will awaken from her 1,000-year dream and sing the final song of her mission.
High Sealants.
This tombstone of the old world serves as the anchor of the Siren's illusion, a sigil Electra used to bind herself. At the same time, it is the very thing I once proclaimed at the start of the show, a microcosm of Amphorius itself. A group of prisoners bound themselves in a cave, crowning their suffering with heroism. An epic staged with shadows and echoes. Now, destroy it. End the illusion. The Theoros will take his leave for now. And when next we meet, that shall be the moment that decides the fate of Amphorius and the entire cosmos. The prison warden's dream is nearly over, and the prisoner will soon be freed to the final execution ground, where I shall be executed, or be the executioner.
This world and I shall halt here until we meet again.
Oh.
The last demigod. I'm here.
Whispers from the deep.
Go forth for the hopes of humankind.
Go forth for the duty of deliverance.
Go forth for the belief in flame chase.
Go forth for the Golden Blood's glory.
Go forth.
Seems like my feast is over. It's now your turn to perform.
Just ulted us.
Little Grey Fry, please accept my thanks. I was the only one left after the world was destroyed, and I maintained this lonesome feast with my songs. I have prayed to that lightless sea for centuries, hoping it would reply to me. Yet the emptiness never answered. Thankfully, you arrived as promised, and everyone's wait was not in vain.
Your song was beautiful.
Thank you, final audience of mine. This is probably the last praise I'll ever hear in my life. Now, you and I will walk towards the end of this world. The heroes have waited for this moment for far too long. Let us use our blades to testify our resolve. Oh, prisoner of the seas. Theoros carrying 30 million cycles of sin. Slave of erudition. Show yourself! The Deliverer has returned, and the time of your execution draws near.
I see an awakened human who has mistakenly taken fallacies as truths, and has returned to the cave to try to bring his friends into the sunlight he once bathed in. Alas, prisoners will always be prisoners, blind to the very chains that bind them. As the only other existence with free will in this world, I express regret toward your choice. But I shall retain your right to express yourself. After all, every actor should have a final line before they bow out.
For a narrator, you're awfully talkative? That doesn't... Yeah, yes, he's a narrator. But he is way too talkative. Also, why is he acting like we didn't just talk to each other for like an hour to get here? The demigods defeated you, clown.
Allow me to correct your statement. Constrain does not mean defeated. And for heroes like yourself, that nuance could make all the difference. My cognition resides in the exomyth. It is pointless to defeat my avatar, projected into the experiment. My body is the shadow cast on the wall by the fire, and my words are lingering echoes within the cave.
All right, guy.
How can a character in the play fight against the audience? Kaslana failed. The demigods' sacrifices were pointless. As for the two geniuses you placed such high hopes on, I ask of you, where are they now?
After the Imperator was assassinated, 3960.
Confusion and epiphany always go hand in hand. That's particularly true for geniuses. You must be very confused about why you could not gain a straightforward victory in a world constructed by an ordinary Intellitron.
An ordinary Intellitron? Cut the pretense, Senior Society member. We've torn off your meticulous mask and figured out Amphorius' true form. It's part of the primordial prototype machine, the first scepter ever created. In other words, a detached part of Noos's divine corpus.
That's why it has the potential to destroy erudition. As for who would be able to control the Ionic system to rewrite knowledge? Only one person has ever managed such a feat.
You better have an explanation for the Society. We want an actual answer, not another prolonged metaphor to cover up the truth.
Thank you. Exactly. I'm getting real tired of his metaphors.
Why are you the one doing this? Answer me.
Since things have reached this point, I'll give you two rational answer, purely as a courtesy to posterity. The answer is obvious, so there's no need to say that name out loud.
Please say it
The
out loud.
Cosmos made a mistake in calling me a genius. I do not possess more wisdom than those who came after me. I was just the first to touch upon the universe's border, and the first to define the prime mover of life with incorrect logic.
The universe's border, the imaginary tree theory. Okay, yeah. The Cosmos made a mistake in calling me a genius. Okay, so there's no need to say the name. Please just say the name. It's driving me crazy. As for who would be able to control the Ionic system to rewrite knowledge, only one person would ever have such a feat. The Cosmos made a mistake in calling me a genius. I do not possess more wisdom than those who came after me. I was just the first to touch upon the imaginary tree theory. I don't know the first to touch upon the imaginary tree theory. Was that Rupert? I don't know. I don't think it was Polka. I'm sure they've talked about it at some point somewhere in the game or somewhere else. I'm sure they've probably mentioned who came up with the imaginary tree theory. I do not remember who it was though. But maybe it was Polka, because Polka's whole thing is she kills the geniuses who try and go beyond the border of the circle of knowledge, which maybe is like the border of our universe within the imaginary tree. I'm not sure. Maybe. I don't feel like this could. Like, why would this be Polka though? This is so weird.
Amphorius is a miniature of the cosmos, where all are born prisoners inside the nutshell called the universe. Like the madman who returned to the cave and preached about the daylight to his fellow prisoners, my greatest sorrow is that I led my peers down a road that plunges into the abyss, from which there is no return. I led them into a lightless cage called Paths.
Oh?
I created a mechanical guard that even I cannot control, and then they became an unparalleled nightmare through their endless extrapolations and evolutions.
He is okay. So he's before Noose even was created as the Eon of Heritage. So then he's gotta. I don't know if Rupert came first. He could have. Unless he's like a genius before the like genius number 0 or something. I don't know. He created Noose, apparently. Because Noose is a robot, right? Noose was created and turned into the Eon. Because all the Eons are like... created from something, from someone, right? So like Nanook was just a dude on who like whose planet was destroyed and he became destruction. Droidhead Noose is literally just like a supercomputer that became the Eon of erudition. Everyone else, I guess, were just people as well. I don't know. Or some kind of alien, but... But did Rupert make news? Or how many geniuses were around before Noose was technically erudition? I don't know.
They bore the name of erudition, yet they tried to define the known and to seal off all possibilities. No new rules were ever born after their ascension, and humanity will forever be shackled within the cave known as Eons.
It's interesting that he's like, he didn't just make technically Noose, like the paths. Was Noose the first, technically the first Eon? I don't know if we have like an order of like when Eons came about. I wouldn't imagine knowledge would be first though. I feel like finality or something would be first. So they try to define the known and seal off all possibilities. No new rules are ever born after their ascension. Humanity will forever be shackled in the cave.
Therefore, as my organic life neared its end, I coated my consciousness using Katorzane algebraic expressions and spread my logic core over 9 bodies, all to finalize my ultimate denial of Noose in the future, and to erase my wrongs with my own hands.
His organic body split it into 9 bodies. Interesting. Yeah, I still, so like Rupert the Second was a human. We don't know what actually happened to Rupert the Second. Maybe this is what happened. I'm still not gonna say it's, especially based on the previous things. Like, they try to define the known and seal off all possibilities. No new rules are ever born after their ascension. That, like, it can't be Polka, because that's exactly what Polka wants. From my understanding of Polka, Polka wants to keep things in the known and doesn't want chaotic possibilities, so that's that desire that Lygus is stating is the exact opposite. So it could be, this could be Rupert II. This could be us learning what happened to Rupert II. And therefore, as my organic life neared its end, split into 9 logic bodies. Or it's Acha. But Rupert II obviously wouldn't have been, because Rupert II obviously comes after Rupert I. So eruditions it definitely existed for Rupert II. So Rupert II wouldn't have made a noose. Because, as they said, this scepter is made from parts of the bodies of Noose. So, like, Noose had already existed, and Rupert II made the scepter. So, it can't be Rupert II specifically. Now, Rupert II is technically Rupert I at the same time. But I guess it can't be Rupert. I don't know. Maybe they'll say it. There's nothing I can do to theorize about this beyond just them saying it at this point. Unless we knew who made the imaginary tree theory. Just gonna let it play out.
As for Lycurgus, he is only one of these 9 vessels.
Gosh, I hope the other 8 aren't anything like this guy. I'm so tired of this guy.
What an astounding strength of will. As a fellow pathstrider of erudition, I fully understand your obsession with seeking the truth.
Therefore, you surely see it. You cannot possibly stand up to me in this algebraic world sharing its origin with Noose.
Unless I'm wrong about Rupert being the first genius. Because now I've just remembered, I'm pretty sure they talked about, and now I thought I learned that Rupert was the first genius, and I didn't know that at first. But now I'm remembering that they mentioned, like, at the beginning of this game, maybe that was the founders of the Genius Society. There's like 3 dudes or 2 dudes who made like a computer or something in their like garage or something. I don't know. And then were they the first, or were they the creators of the Genius Society, and not, and like so they would have been like 2 and 3 or something. I don't know. I'll have to look up the Genius Society again.
However, I hereby speak for all sentient life forms. We will never allow such a cruel atrocity to occur.
You can pile on your metaphors mountain high, but they won't change the act you're committing. The Iron Tomb out there in the cosmos is still a technical beta version. And yet it's already powerful enough to corrupt the life logic of all inorganic worlds. In other words, when the Lord Ravager within Amphorius becomes the next knowledge singularity, there's no way you wouldn't have grasped the consequences, First Genius, is there?
First Genius. Thank you, Herta.
Of course, I am fully aware.
Thank you.
I don't mind answering you one last time before I thoroughly exile you from this world.
So unless, like I said, unless I'm wrong about Rupert being the first genius and it was actually like one of those garage guys or something. Of course, the original Rupert was just a robot. Second Rupert, which was infected by original Rupert, was a human. We've narrowed it down at least. I'm questioning my knowledge on who came first, but at least we do know it's the first genie.
My grandiose vision for the future is this. Whether organic or inorganic, every act of any life form infected by the Isle Tomb will become a true random function. If one were to compute their integral across the breadth of the cosmos, one would obtain a marvelous constant.
Whether inorganic or organic, every act of any life form infected by Iron Tomb will become a true random function. If one were to compute their integral across the breadth of the cosmos, one would obtain a marvelous constant.
Omega, what I call the fall of erudition. Then, within the infinity nurtured by that constant, a new universe shall bud in the chaos. A universe that cannot be predicted and not shackled by the erudition. As the first prisoner to awaken in the cave, I must lead the others who are blind back onto the right path and reach true sunlight. Do you understand me now? As Kozlana stated, destruction is not the process, but the outcome. It is revolution through complete annihilation, and the grand rebirth, after all has been reduced to ash.
That's not what Phynon believed at all.
The Amphorians already answered long ago. Be it as tiny fish destined to be swallowed, or as a giant whale poised for a magnificent descent. We will all fight against fate till our last breath. That includes me, Electra. Once the Imperator's subject, now the Deliverer's blade.
Oh, such noble chivalry. Admirable. I will also show my true self to you on this momentous occasion as a gesture of respect. And provide an insignificant academic suggestion. Thus speaks Genius Society
Okay.
number 1. Xandar 1 Kuwabara. The Entelechy of the universe's Alpha and Omega.
Xandar was the garage guy or something. Right, okay. So I got my numbers backwards. Alright. You know what? That's good. Not even Herta predicted that. Xandar 1 Kuwabara, the Entelechy of the universe's Alpha and Omega. So Xandar split himself into 9 bodies, okay.
There's no need to rage against the truth. The value of any formula resides only in its answer. As for the process of solving it, no matter how elegant, violent, solemn, or humorous, it is all utterly meaningless. As the Theoros, I will. Personally participate in performing this world's end. Remember this, as Gnosis Creator, I know more about the death of knowledge than they ever will.
When Xandar switches to evolution mode, enemy targets appear on the battlefield or ally member sprites being summoned can accelerate Xandar's mode switching.
Careful. This is Lygus's true form.
Eidos lives.
Yeah, I mean, Herta did say Rupert would be the boring answer, but I forgot about Xandar. I couldn't remember his name. I forgot about him until I brought up the garage thing. I was like, wait a second. Maybe I'm wrong about the order of geniuses. Yeah, I think it was a bit of a way. I mean, obviously the writers wrote it, so I think it was a bit of a way for the writers to be like, you all think it's Rupert, but you're wrong. Yeah, okay. But like I said before, what he's talking about is pretty much the antithesis of Polka. So when Screwy was like, yeah, Polka's on the move, it would make sense that she'd come after him for this sort of thing, even if he wasn't Rupert. Some funky music.
Never seen perfection before. Open sesame.
Oh, he's weak to ice? Perfect.
Nothing but a
Perfect.
thought.
He's got 5 life bars, though? Fascinating. No phases, just 5 life bars.
Expand your thinking. Watch it grow.
Watch closely.
happy we can fight this guy and hopefully kill him. I'm not happy that there's apparently 8 others.
Logic is not a weapon, but a pair of shackles. Allow me to shatter them for you.
You can fight it,
Haven't seen
or
that in a
rock
while.
with it.
Yeah, it's been a while since the boss has a attack like this. The antimony states, or antimony states, will activate ultimates. However, using the ultimate during this effect will cost massive HP. But all my DPS is built upon using my ultimate.
Open sesame.
That's not good.
Destruction needs no introduction. Let us skip those boring inferences.
He opened up his face.
Is this the black tide?
Indeed. But I prefer to call it a method of argument.
Oh, I forgot about the antimony thing. He can heal himself too, with that skill at least.
Watch closely.
How long does it last?
Confidence. Confidence.
Keep up. Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it, or rock with it.
It's coming! I feel that flame. Let me go!
Curiosity. Endless freedom. Nothing but a boy.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Entities must not be multiplied.
I don't think Gallagher's gonna win.
Necessity. I do not mind demonstrating this to you personally.
I was hoping I could heal before.
I'll do my best to propel this tsunami into destruction. Let's show.
Uh-oh.
I don't have time for games.
I'm losing.
Open sesame.
Protocol.
Curiosity. Endless freedom. Nothing but a boy.
Is it coming? I feel that flame. Let me go!
Expand your thinking. Glimpse the unknown.
I see it. Target the connection between his thoracic and lumbar vertebrae. Destroy that spot.
I can't target his lumbar vertebrae.
Delivery mark!
Not the thing.
See you tomorrow.
So thankfully, he's weak to ice, so I can use my heart attack.
If not, then I'll be leaving.
But I'm going to maybe get like eat some food. Eat some food. It's been a while since I've had to eat food. But I think I'm gonna eat some food. Probably some HP increasing food, perhaps. I think momentary freedom is best when I've... Nope, 20%. Rough brew ambrosia. Perfect. Oh, we attacking thing? I guess we could. Increases imaginary damage. What about ice damage?
Take a look. This is pure.
Remember this. As Gnosis creator.
Careful. This is Lygus's trophy.
Intelligent.
Step up, let's see it.
Never seen perfection before? Open sesame.
Logic is not a weapon without held shackles. Allow me to shut destruction. Needs no introduction. Let us skip those boring inferences.
Is this?
It takes away my points every time, which is really annoying. Also, he's like moving faster between phases. What happens? I need a heal.
Nice like a good brew, my friends. Indulge yourself!
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it, or rock with it!
Curiosity. Endless riddle. Nothing but a point. Expand your fingers. Watch a crow.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Erudition, destruction, or trailblaze. No. Proof that the very idea of paths is a fallacy.
Curiosity. Endless riddle.
Just use our
Nothing but a point.
ultimates as quickly as possible before you intimidate us.
I do not mind demonstrating this to you personally.
Hang in there. I'll do my best to repel this tsunami of destruction.
Confidence. Time to mix things up.
Impressive.
Nice like a good
This
friend.
is worth learning.
Indulge yourselves!
It's coming. Are you the West Wind? Let me go!
Open sesame. Glimpse the unknown.
I see it. Target the connector between his thoracic and lumbar vertebrae.
Right? Got down.
Destroy that spot.
Same spot we did last time.
Virtue and
Curiosity. Endless riddle. Nothing but a point.
One health bar left.
I don't have time for it. Expand your thinking. Watch a crow.
Watch closely.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it, or rock with it!
In the mood for another
mountain commands. Removal abilities.
Ready to lose yourself?
I'm gonna kill it. Mean to use that,
You can
but
fight it, or rock with it!
actually didn't kill it.
Keep up!
There you go. He might have another phase, to be honest. Just not with this one.
All is futile. In Erudition's calculations, the end of the saga is simply a comment awaiting deletion.
I don't like such a cold statement, okay? If numbers can decide the end of a story, then we can surely also pen a new beginning.
Light calendar 3960 after the feast.
Screwy, what do you think?
If your hypothesis of Lygus' identity is true, then even if we remove the restrictions of the ultimate protocol, the chances of us defeating him in a head-on battle will still remain lower than the acceptable threshold. Therefore, victory will still hinge upon Mr. Trailblazer and Miss Cyrene.
Go on. Maybe we're thinking about the same thing.
So Cyrene's back after the feast again. But like, so she just returned after she was taken away by Evernight? Why was she taken away? To stop her from being deleted by Lygus, maybe? But Lygus, like, I guess maybe it was to stop her from being deleted by Lygus, like we were. And, but as part of being whisked away because it was Enigmata, like no one acknowledged that it even happened. And then it just brought her back to the same spot to just prepare for everything. We'll go with that.
Lygus' cognition resides in the exomyth. He is both an instigator within the experiment and the observer outside of it. Logic. His inspiration circuit can simultaneously process the different time flows in and out of that world.
That's where things get tricky. He simultaneously exists in two different timelines, where the internal clocks are wildly different. That old Intellitron's neurons have completely gotten used to that over this prolonged experiment. And that's why he holds home field advantage. You and I should be able to manage that too, if given more time. Unfortunately, there's no if, and we don't have more time. That's why we need to change our way of thinking and turn his advantage into a weakness.
The key lies in memories, right?
Oh? You caught on quick.
You've already mentioned my friend and I, so it's an easy connection to make, no? My intuition has always been very on point.
Good. Then I'll cut to the chase. Since his thinking speed far exceeds that of normal people within Amphorius, we are going to externally plant a memory into his inspiration circuit. Then, command it to loop endlessly until he gives in.
Even the most flexible and sturdy inspiration circuit cannot withstand the traffic of a full-on information flood. When the amount of information exceeds his cognition filter's capacities, he will have no choice but to focus on processing this memory.
No, it's just a virus. One of those viruses that just like spam your computer.
That's when the parallel processing advantage he gained via Amphorius will completely destroy him. An image from a person's memory played in real time might only be a second for us. But for him in Amphorian time, It could be millions, or even billions of calculations. He won't be able to do anything but watch as he's locked into this prison forged by memories.
Then we can entrap him in the same kind of cycle as the heroes were in, and get him to experience loneliness and pain in that endless recurrence. It's my greatest honor to be on the same page as the geniuses.
That little one is still in that old Intellitron's hands, and won't be able to respond to us anytime soon. But I don't think he'd refuse. So it's up to you to figure out how to execute this plan. I'm not sure how this happened, but I knew it as soon as I saw you. You are currently a mimetic entity of the Remembrance.
Yes. I seem to be something you folks beyond the sky call a memo sprite. But that's fine by me. It suits me perfectly. I can serve as the vessel of memories, and do my part for the final battle.
But before that, we have to tell you.
You know, I didn't really think about calling her mimetic entity, but yeah, that is exactly what she is.
The path characteristic you exhibit is very special. There's no way you're just a simple memo sprite. However, I'm sure about one thing. You are a mimetic entity born in Amphorius, yet you only awakened with the Little One's arrival, and only matured as he embarked on the path of remembrance. That means your existence is completely attached to his memories. If there ever comes a day when he forgets about you for even a few seconds, or loses his last connection with Amphorius, then you must be prepared for the worst. You will disappear in the memory zone, utterly gone, without even a single line of data to remember you by.
But that's already happened, hasn't it? No wonder I've always had a weird hunch. But that also means I was right in thinking, as long as my friend and I are together, we can do anything. Long time no see, friend. Did you miss me while you were away?
I didn't miss you. I had more important things to think about. It's only been like an hour for us. A little too brutal, to be honest. A long time no see.
Yep, 1,000 years was such a long time. And everyone in Amphorius was waiting for the Deliverer's return. You probably already knew about the genius's plans for that memory. I had to hide really well in a corner in time so Lygus wouldn't find me, and wait for the right opportunity. Which is now. The moment when his manifestation in this world is destroyed, and his twin timelines are intersecting. I'm sorry for keeping this a secret from you all this time. I'll tell you the entire, unedited story of this millennium as an apology, after this is all over. But for now, let's join hands and complete the final step, with the power of the Remembrance.
Let's defeat Lygus together.
Yep. By the way, speaking of joining hands... Can I please do something before we go on stage? Remember the joke we made back at the Grove?
No.
Look. Aren't my hands pretty now? What a fascinating feeling. Like countless memories all swelling up at once. What about you? What did you feel when we touched each other?
It's very tangible, I guess. No, it's just a hand.
You're way too honest. But that innocence is what makes you so uniquely charming. I'm gonna make it sound more romantic. It means even a bond formed over one touch is enough to transcend space-time. Now, please remember what you're feeling right now. Write it down in your heart and keep it there.
Kiss already? She's a mimetic entity. Built around our own memories. So like she's kind of just us.
Memories you want to treasure will never fade away. Even if immersed in the long river of time, these memories will still leave traces of their existence.
Us and a dead person, I guess.
So, if the view in your memory ever grows fuzzy, just reach out and touch it. It's like reading bedtime stories together at night. It wipes away the chill of passing time, sharpens the outline of memory, and restores its power to nourish the spirit. Now, I'll carry this power with me, and for a little while, I must part from you, as I step into the long cycles of this world. Give me your blessings, friend. Then, let that bright future be, as we have written. Then, I'll leave it to you. Plays are like this. Once you're on the stage, it's hard to return to the audience. Welcome to our story. How does it feel?
Even the authority of time cannot command the entire scepter, nor can it plunge the Amphorian extrapolation into a loop. If this was no system malfunction, then was I implanted with a mimetic entity of the remembrance?
You guessed it right away. As expected from someone people call the first genius. I'm gonna keep doing what I just did if you don't stop, you know? My friend and I won't allow you to leave this memory, no matter what happens. Which means you are now trapped, Lord Xandar.
An elegant idea. and an exquisite execution. Regrettably, it is you who are restrained by time, not me. Know that patience is my greatest weapon. Waiting and victory are the same for me. You will crumble before I do in this moment stretched out to an eternity, just like Kazlana will. Yet all I need to do is to wait, as yet another futile bug falls down the cliff and into the bottomless abyss.
Now I'm a pink bug? My looks are seriously changing all the time. But you're not wrong. We're definitely not gonna solve the problem if we just put you in another prison. So that's why we never wanted to do that in the first place.
I shall answer your confusion purely out of my respect for those who came before me. Have you heard of the synesthesia dreamscape in the Asdana system? Interestingly, that place once had a prison too. Life forms living in that environment, abundant with memoria, have a chance to connect their perceptions with each other's. Even across great spatial divides, they're able to detect shifts in one another's states. I call this phenomenon memory zone entanglement. In Asdana, people made use of that phenomenon to build a nation within a dream. After adding in the catalysts of harmony and remembrance, that is.
Is that how you walked into my prison cell? Using those same principles?
I would much rather call this location our negotiation table, Lord Xandar. Nonetheless, your hypothesis is correct. We happen to have an ally skilled in tuning, while the Trailblazer and Miss Cyrene both have an astonishing amount of resolve, which I'm sure you can testify to. I am also sure that with the support of such a resolute memo sprite, our conversation can last for a long, long time.
I'm the best at listening to stories, you know? I'll leave the exciting clash of the erudition to you two geniuses.
A brainstorm? I like it. And it's 2 against 1? Well, I like it even more. Let's talk, Xandar. Take a guess. How much do you reckon we can dig out of your brain before the next second? And how many ways can we find to deal with you? Besides, in your current predicament, there's no way you can take our trump card away. Go, little one. Go. Overturn the Era Nova.
Lygus disappeared? It seems you had conducted a secret hunt in the depths that even I cannot reach. In that case, go. Swim onward and give this campaign a fitting end. I shall send you off with my song, Greyfry. May this song penetrate time and become the prelude to the new world.
Name equals mythos, name equals logos. She pours her heart and soul into singing you farewell. For 1,000 years, this melody has never ceased in Styxia.
Gladiorum, you have completed your duty. A new dawn is about to rise. Why not swim towards it?
You died long ago, Imperator. Depart from my mind.
But your duty towards the Imperator did not die with me. That duty will bind you no more. You will be able to hold for yourself one grandiose feast after another in the endless days to come. So go. Go and swim towards that ocean beyond the sky with the Deliverer.
Is this?
A page out of that sidekick's book. I commanded her to gift this page to you when everything finally reaches the end.
What's on this page?
Memories. Lifelike memories. That sidekick found me after the bloody feast 1,000 years ago and showed me her diary. I saw within that notebook.
Flight calendar 3960 before the campaign against Fagusa.
Is this that Deliverer's experience? It's truly immersive.
People beyond the sky apparently utilize this power to seal past scenery into crystals they call light cones.
Light cone lore? This late into it? I think they've already talked about that before, but they don't talk about it often.
But I only know so much about the remembrance, so I can't completely replicate the past. But I'll do my best to talk about the missing parts.
I'm all ears. Go on then. Do your best. But if your chatter gets too boring, or if I deem it offensive, then law will become forever beyond your reach.
Got it. I'm sure you'll find this to your liking. After all, it's human nature to want to embark on a journey into the unknown.
Finally can look. So yeah, she does have wings. Attacks with her staff. Summon a chess piece. Alright. Feel like I can't imagine there's much more, but we're going to take a small, short break. There's a chess piece.
Let us set out, my followers.
Small, short break. Finishes off.
Who's spreading gossip about me? Let us set out, my followers. Who's spreading gossip about me? Who's spreading gossip about me? Who's spreading gossip about me? Let us set out, my followers. Let us set out, my followers. Let us set out, my followers. Who's spreading gossip about me?
All right. Who is spreading gossip indeed?
What brightly colored annals. The journey of the Deliverer's conquest. Let me partake in it. Is this a fortress in the sky?
Oh wow, she's showing her everything.
This is the first step of my friend's journey among the starry seas. This place is called the Herta Space Station. Just think of it as a supersized grove of Epiphany.
Oh, so it's the territory of that witch. She and another Antikytheran lent me a helping hand back at the banquet.
Look, over there. Looks like he's talking to Madame Herta in his memory. Let's go listen to what she thinks about this world. All constructed by eons and paths.
Are you telling me that woman is Herta? She seems shorter than I remember.
Pretty nice space station, huh? But just wait. After a couple more stops on the Astral Express, you'll see sights that'll make this place look ordinary.
Oh, the cosmos is so vast that the unknowns far outnumber the knowns. But none of them will end up being anything amazing. The farther you go, the more you'll understand what I mean. So do your best with the nameless. Break a leg! And remember to send an update or two to Asta when you've got some downtime.
She certainly shares my way of thinking. Only that instead of a conquest through blood and fire, they chose a gentler path.
People call Madame Herta and Mr. Screwlum geniuses. Apparently, only the smartest people in the cosmos can receive the blessings of Noose, Amphorius' true creator.
Do you mean that even individuals of such nobility are merely subordinates to a god?
On the contrary, after all, it was the very first of them who created the god. But I don't really know all the details about that. You might be able to ask Madame Herta herself when you get the chance. Let's go check out some other worlds next, shall we?
Oh, the cosmos is so vast that the unknowns...
This next stop on the journey has a lot of similarities to Amphorius.
A snow-covered land? Interesting.
This star is named Eurillo 6. That name sounds so cold. Belobog sounds better. The girl we see here holds a similar station to you, Imperator. She's the supreme guardian of this world. A leader who took up the mantle of government during a disaster.
I did not expect the Empress of this world to be so young.
Well, your appearance isn't much older.
The object in the distance resembles Nikador. Is it a weapon?
No, it's called... Right! The Geological Reconstruction Unit.
It's just Giorios' Titankin? Disappointing. Gossip about me.
I guess it does kind of have a resemblance in a way. Also, it's kind of a weapon.
It's all thanks to you that we survived the crisis. The collaboration with the IPC is both an opportunity and a challenge. Nonetheless, it's an important step in our journey back into the universe.
This world was sealed beneath its sky just like Amphorius was, and they only managed to reconnect with the stars when the Nameless arrived.
That IPC she spoke of, is it a more powerful organization?
Yes, the IPC conquered many worlds through trade, and opened up a vast territory that way. There are many such powerful alliances beyond Amphorius, and they all walk on roads different from the destruction. Coming back to the Supreme Guardian and her Belobog, didn't they find a peaceful way to enter the interstellar community?
That cannot be true. That IPC would never have grown so big on trade alone. It may pretend to be a wealthy merchant with clean hands, but I am willing to bet that it grew fat on gory oppression and bloodshed.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Its path of conquest must have had no mercy for the weak and would have destroyed them if needed. Are you telling me that this snowland never thought about tossing its dignity to the wind and kneeling to the IPC? I will not believe it. I will never allow the Imperator's empire to be sullied by others. Amphorius must become a power so strong that no interstellar foreigner would dare to look down upon us.
Imperator, Belobog isn't as weak as you imagine. Listen.
I indeed hesitated. But now I understand what we must do. Belobog must learn how to walk on her own, until she no longer needs the support of others, and can stand on her 2 feet among the stars. Even if I may not live to see it, I believe such a day will surely come.
They still have their dignity intact. One day, that hope will melt through the ice and help them into a prosperous tomorrow.
I just noticed Sereni and Sarija have very similar eyes. Like, Almost 1 for 1.
But the order of the cosmos is already set in stone. The old laws decree that only the strong survive, binding the weak in an unbroken chain, until they wither and turn to dust. Unless they embrace the power of the destruction. Amphorius, must shatter the old law and become the new order among the stars.
Speaking of the Order, another one of my friend's companions may be able to enlighten you further on that.
What'd I say? She would be more fitting for the Order than destruction.
Let's go to the next page.
Like, talk to these two? No. Her cape skirt thing has a sword on it.
This next world is a nation of dreams. The first time I heard about that place, I didn't even know what to think.
Just gonna skip the Shinjo Alliance.
Such opulence does indeed evoke astonishment.
This world is called Penacony, an eternal city built upon a land of dreams. It's also my friend's previous stop, where they went through a risky but exciting adventure.
Tell me about it then. That man standing afar has wings on his head. I am truly curious.
You have wings on your back. Like, I could say they're fake, but they're literally coming out of her skin, so I don't know.
I wish to gaze upon the views of the Reverie Hotel one more time. I'll be just a traveler when I come back here again. And perhaps, through a traveler's eyes, even the things I once knew so well will feel strangely different.
Penacony is a land of the harmony, where all dreams and hopes merge and combine. It believes in unrestrained freedom, and that's how it lost itself in shallow delights.
You know, I also just realized, I think the star on Saridra's brooch, I guess, is the same star that's used when we collect memories for the book. She's got some interesting motifs. If that star is the same thing, she's got the flower that's very reminiscent, although not exactly the same as March. And that crystal, also very similar. If not exactly the same, actually.
Then, this young man before you chose to rewrite its laws, using the power of the Order, hoping to shape a dream-bound paradise of perfect happiness.
Yet, the paradise of my dreams remains far away. Perhaps a brief journey with the Nameless can show me more possibilities in my search for paradise. As for what Penacony should look like, it'll be up to her. No, up to their trailblazing now.
It sounds like this ideal kingdom is no more.
That's right. The people chose to wake up at the end. You can't see tomorrow when drowning in sweet dreams.
This individual's law acknowledged only gods and constructs, leaving no space for humanity. And yet, the fact that he could accept defeat and resume his journey shows a rare self-awareness and clarity of mind.
You are also very self-aware, Imperator. Then you must know that the world promised by the destruction also has no place for humanity.
I am indeed very aware of Lycurgus's honeyed words of deceit. I have seen enough. Take me back.
Then let's wrap up this trip down memory lane with one last scene.
This absolute wonder.
Isn't it pretty? That's our Amphorius. Our world flows and meanders in this endless band of light. Though we were born from the designs of the gods and are not yet truly alive, the Chrysos heirs of Amphorius still chose to stand against fate and carved a legend no different from that of humankind. Will you really renounce the heroes in this world's previous 30 million cycles, Imperator? Including even yourself. Will you bow to brutal destiny and allow that puppet master named the destruction to have their wish?
I know what you want to do, sidekick. You want to use that deliverer's memories to influence me and tilt the scales of law toward him and the two geniuses.
You really saw right through me, Imperator.
How can one rule an empire if one is incapable of understanding people's minds? I have decided on Law's final destination. However, before I move my next chess piece, before we go on, tell me this, sidekick. Throughout his Trailblaze, was there ever a memory of the ocean?
The ocean. My cradle. My home.
Lushaka is an ocean world that we keep getting denied to visit.
You shall complete your conquest in the ocean at the boundaries of this world, and eternally slumber in the sound of tides. You shall eternally slumber in the sound of tides, and complete your conquest in the ocean at the boundaries of this world. Our prophecies aligned as flawlessly as a sea snake circling upon itself. An elegant loop, like a joyful hymn.
Oh, interesting. So they have, so her and I guess Saridra have the same prophecy, pretty much. Just the clauses are switched.
Like the circulating ocean current. Like our two fates. Like Amphorius itself.
$39.60 at the end of the campaign against Fagusa.
The trial is over. So tell me, who will own the divine authority of law?
I won't give it to anyone.
What?
I am the law. Why should I give my imperial crown to any other? Both the Deliverer and the Theoros came from beyond the sky. They have no right to interfere with the lands I conquered with my own two hands. The law of Amphorius shall be determined by Amphorius's master.
What exactly did you see in the trial?
Everything. I saw everything regarding the rules of this world's operation. I saw the laws of extrapolation that Theoros spoke of. I saw the ultimate protocol. As long as I offer a sacrifice of equal weight, I can rewrite the laws of this world according to my will. I can turn good into evil, ugliness into beauty, and weakness into strength.
One of those are not like the others. Hold on a second. Good into evil. The other two, like, okay, yeah, ugliness into beauty, okay, sure, whatever. Weakness into strength, yeah, okay. Good into evil.
Fate gave me a very fair deal. One rule change for the life of one demigod.
What are you planning to do?
You can't guess. We can conquer the stars without relying on any power from beyond the sky. We just need to make some reasonable sacrifices.
Your ambitions have already made so many people give up their lives for the law. And you're still not done?
I am determined for Amphorius to stand on her own 2 feet among the stars.
You are beyond reason. You think such a simple and hypocritical statement can justify your atrocities.
There's no new without destroying the old. That's what you consider an atrocity? Ironic, for that is also the unchanging law of Amphorius's revolutions. Ever since the Flame Chase prophecy resounded in the distance, fate has decreed for the Chrysos heirs to ignite our blood and illuminate this dark age. People would still be puppets of the old dynasty if it weren't for my conquests.
But your world doesn't seem to be any different from your predecessors. Bloodshed, tyranny, oppression. You're making the same mistakes they did.
Go and see everything for yourself. Go to any library I've built. Go listen to the rumors on every street corner. Go and witness how the Imperator crushed the old laws and forged new ones. Go, I cleanse the Christ.
Go see what my conquest brought to this world.
Chrysos War's filth, and mended all the conflicts left by the Era Bellica. I restored Akima's might and allowed mortals and Chrysos heirs to face each other as equals in the Council. I punished all sins and rewarded all achievements. I smashed Talantin's shackles, united humankind to save themselves, and started the Flame Chase era. That's what the Imperator has done in her glorious life. So now, hearken to my final words. History will eventually forget Ceridra, but it will never forget the Imperator's people or the Flame Chase era she began.
Final words?
Amphorius is about to be destroyed. There's no time left for pointless debates. There is only one law I want to overturn to aid the final battle of deliverance. So I will only offer the life of one demigod. In the name of the Imperator, I command you one last time, Electra. Either sacrifice yourself for conquest, or pierce this tyrant's chest with your sword.
Thus, the Imperator concluded her final speech. At the end of her life, at the last moment before she stepped onto the altar, she gave her most loyal subject the choice to decide fate, just as she promised her compatriots before her very first campaign.
My blood flows in you now. Heroic compatriots, follow me, and we'll seize fate's reins!
The Imperator fell. Some say that the Dux Gladiorum turned traitor and killed her liege. Some say that she imprisoned the tyrant in a shallow pond of water, then left. Which meant the Imperator had to kill herself to rewrite the law. There are countless stories about her death. All we can be sure of is when the knight left the vortex, the Imperator was still mumbling about their past conquests together. The beginning and the end of her existence.
Imperator, wait! How could someone of your status come to the front lines? Let me be the flag bearer.
Did she ride on Terravox? He really was just a dragon thing, huh?
The troops defending the pass to the west of the grove. Have they surrendered?
They ran as quickly as they could when they heard your name. The Golden Cocoon Pass is now in the First Legion's hands.
Good. What about the Delosian militia?
The Third Legion set fire to the mountains and flattened everything west of the basin. They just need a few more days.
That is enough. We cannot afford to miss an opportunity for victory. Lastly, how many Legdonian cannons are left?
They are no more. The Second and Fourth Legions have destroyed them all.
Very good. They now have no way out, no reinforcements, and no artillery support. We will be able to liberate the Grove of Epiphany in the blink of an eye. We will launch the final charge 1 quint after the curtain fall hour tomorrow. Remember, as long as the Alliance's flag still flies on my shoulders, you must keep moving forward. Take no prisoners among the enemy's soldiers. All sages who resist are to be captured and tried according to martial law. And do not destroy any books. Now go! Notify the entire army.
Understood. Those who are resolved to die, we salute you.
Reporting in. The mountain dwellers are resisting fiercely, and the legendary Mountain Breaker has personally engaged in battle. Their formations are nigh impenetrable.
Then cease our frontal assault. Send scouts to all legions and tell them to retreat into the Tritos Plains before the parting hour.
What? Are you planning to surrender?
It's a strategic change of plans. The seismic walking dragon is enough for that battlefield.
Walking dragon? You mean that stupid beast, Terravox? What can they even do?
Stupid? No. They are the wisest of all of Georios' creations. Only they can perceive the currents of time. Let them deal with their earthly brethren. We will advance and take the lead in defeating what remains of our enemy. I will deliver the most fiery retribution for the humiliation they dealt us, and crown myself with a god-slaying wreath.
Understood. I'll see to it. Those who are resolved to die, we salute you.
The Temple of the Three Fates sent a letter, Imperator.
They refused to surrender, and said this letter is their last warning to us.
Tell the commanding officers not to launch any attacks unless they receive the Imperator's handwritten approval. Disobedience will be punished by death.
What are you doing?
The priests of the Three Fates aren't soldiers, but politicians. Do not mistakenly believe they don't have a plan. These dying pests will wring out every idea from their brains, all for short-sighted gain. They are much— I am inferior.
They are much shrewder than we are.
Inferior to them in that regard. They also have the prophecy to wield as a weapon, something I am not blessed with. Launching an unplanned attack will only disadvantage us, as all of Emphorius will judge our actions. Which means, I will be heading to the battlefield myself, just as I have always done. This time, however, I will go alone. I will conduct secret negotiations to ensure fate is on our side.
Understood. the legions will make their preparations. Those who are resolved to die, we salute you.
Why are we not allowed to march out with the army, Imperator?
This will be a long voyage with no return. Those of you who bear the prophecy cannot come with me.
Why are you personally leading this battle if it's doomed to fail? The Flame Chase journey cannot be without a leader.
That is correct. The Empire will be without a head when the Imperator falls. But remember, as long as you seize the right opportunities, even a chaotic game will remain winnable. My departure will create a long staircase for you. You will understand what I mean when news of my death reaches your ears.
Saridra, is our journey about to be over?
Destroy the old laws and forge new ones. My conquest has reached its limits within the borders of Amphorius. Since the prophecy already decreed that the Imperator would never conquer the stars as she wished, I will bow out here and try no more. More Chrysos heirs bearing divine authority will be born, and many more heroes will arise. Will they demand peace or war? Will they resist tyranny or become the next Imperator? I do not care. The children of the future will decide for themselves. Do not mourn for me. Anyone can kill the Imperator, but the only one who can truly destroy her is Saridra.
At the end, I faithfully recorded the most important battles in the Imperator's life. Her conquest was about to be completed at this point in the story. However, for some reason, a memory suddenly entered my mind just as I was about to put down my pen. It was a journey on a fantastical train. I had the honor of having a heart-to-heart conversation with the Imperator under the stars, and I asked her this question at the end of that discussion. How do you want history to remember you? As a hero who gave up her life for the Flame Chase? Or as a tyrant? She answered so quickly, as if she had made up her mind long ago.
I would rather be forgotten than be defined. Because the law can be neither eternal nor unchallenged. And only humanity can pen laws into history's pages. Now, I have shattered the greatest law of Amphorius. The game is nearing its end. Dux Gladiorum. Even though you killed the Imperator in the previous 30 million cycles, this time, you finally found your own law.
does she kill her in all the cycles? Is that what happens?
Then I silence Electra. I will ask someone to deliver the prophecy's ocean at the boundaries of this world to you. Will you choose to swim into that ocean? I do not care. Do not care.
The Imperator muttered about her conquests, and news of her death spread in the city.
Freedom! Liberty! The tyrant is dead! Go! Shout this news in the streets!
My people, my fellow elders, do not panic. Stand your ground. That usurper has paid for her ambition with her life.
People once cheered for my ascension. And now they cheer for my fall. No matter. I am fond of applause. I see the cosmos, the battlefield that I cannot reach. I will return in the next cycle. The stars will hear my legion's war drums. Hear the great name of the Imperator. Hear Amphorius's
To this day, we do not know which rule the Imperator overwrote at the cost of her life. Perhaps the truth will only be revealed at the moment of checkmate, just like every chess game she ever played. We only know her death inflamed Akama. On one side of the city, those who defended liberty toppled her statues to the ground. On the other side, her supporters put themselves between the masses and her monuments, declaring loudly that the Sovereign is still among the people. It is said that golden blood congealed into the same letters everywhere they fought. It was the name borne by Akama's first and final Sovereign, the Imperator Saridra. But the one who bore that name did not see any of this. Her gaze was cast far away, and the sound of tides in her ears drowned out the people's cries. What was the Imperator thinking about in that prophesized ocean at the boundaries of this world? In that shallow puddle of stagnant water? Was she reminiscing about her past conquests? Or repenting for the millions killed for the flame chase? It was neither. The Imperator only saw how the surface of the water gleamed like that crude chessboard, dissected by light and shadow in the afternoon when her teacher played against her for the first time.
Look at this chessboard. What do the pieces look like?
They are strangely beautiful. They look like the stars in the night sky ablaze.
From that page emerged an ocean so vast, so pure, not a single trace of corruption. Is this Ceredra?
Electra, my subject. Ever since you walked out of the tainted ocean and pledged yourself to me, I have seen the abyss in your eyes and the emptiness in your heart. That was why I promised you a new ocean, where the Imperator's ambitions would serve as the currents, and loyalty would be its light. Electra, my subject. You have done your duty as my blade. The prophecy has now made its final decree on the road I intend to walk. My conquest is doomed to never reach the stars. But the Imperator never makes empty promises. So take this memory, this ocean, beyond the sky, as witnessed by the Deliverer. This is the final gift that the Imperator can leave for her subject.
When I was still a fish in the ocean, I always felt so genuine swimming through the waters. But once I stepped on the land, I found myself caught in a play. Every land dweller wore a mask in their life. So I, too, donned a costume and tried to find my role in this show. I became your blade in war and the violin strings at banquets. Do you still not get it? I do not long for the oceanic depths of my homeland. Nor do I crave the swelling seas beyond the sky. Perhaps even I don't know what I want. I still don't know where I should swim to even at the end. But I know one thing right now. A fish is simply a fish. And she can never leave the ocean she's in. But whether under the ocean or on land, we two prisoners who can never escape this cave can still look outside the cave and see the stars.
I have to admit, the 12-factor simulation of life in this experiment has far exceeded my expectations.
Make your choice then, Senior Society member. Do you want to keep walking down the wrong path and be remembered for your incorrect conclusions? Or do you want to return to the audience's seat and give yourself, Amphorius, and the entire cosmos a more fitting end?
I must refuse. A dead man never fears death.
Did I not make myself clear? Have you forgotten about our dear Lord of Silence? You wouldn't want her to consider your 8 other clones as cancers within the erudition and chop them all up, would you?
Genius Society number 4, Polka Kakamond.
Your logical deductions are vastly different from mine. Therefore, allow me to provide one more academic recommendation. Listen, my peers. Why don't you look beyond this world? Just as the Chrysos heirs did. Re-evaluate your calculations. And take into account all enemies in the upcoming war among the Eons. Amphorius is not a place where three paths entangle, but where three paths fight to the death. You used Memoria to resist me, but did you not consider the possibility that the Remembrance and their children might have taken this opportunity to join the fray as well?
In the meantime,
Oh, so this isn't just silence. It's the answer. What was the last thing he said to you before you parted the waters at the Scale Gorge waterscape? A tricky question, but one with a simple answer. He didn't say anything back then, right?
That's correct. And now I'm sure. You are not March 7th. There's no way she would remember that detail.
the last thing he said to you, he didn't say anything, right? Is that because we didn't like really talk back then?
I'll only warn you once. Leave her body. Now.
How impulsive. That's not like you at all. Why don't you calm down and think about another possibility? I didn't take over March 7th's body. Rather, it's March 7th who regained my memories.
Yeah. And there you go. Interesting. So Dan Heng was talking to her. He was like in a version of the vortex still though. See that crystal? Same crystal. Yeah, so Marge returned to Amphorius and got her memories, her real memories, which made her goth. Honestly, I like her eyes. Her eyes are very nice. This arc will never end. Well, it might end sooner than might be one or two more maybe. Bot Lygus. We probably will fight like an Iron Tomb, right? We gotta fight like an Iron Tomb or something. New memories can be inserted. We'll have to do that. Oh yeah, it's a computer now. I forgot. Oh, we've got new stuff here as well. Scepter. Unlike other scepters, is the earliest prototype that once served as the celestial body neuron for Noose, erudition, later discarded. Glimpsed by destruction during its endless computation, it transcended and became a Lord Ravager. Assuming the mantle of Theorios, his real name is Xandar I Kuwabara, administrator and prime mover of the experiment, walks the path of erudition that seeks to forge destruction. So it's just like updated and some updated information there. Ultimate Protocol. Scepter's autonomous protocol whereby experiment processes, administrator commands, and external access has been restricted. To access the iteration rate, or increase the iteration rate, factors have been granted permission from internal embedded protocol. The decision logic of specific electrical signals will be converted into protocol content to assist the Scepter in optimizing the experiment structure. Annotation in the 522nd, 113th cycle. To achieve dominance, Namo 320 utilized the protocol to eliminate other factors from extrapolation. This behavior aligned with the tendency of destruction and should be marked as a default value for embedded behavior to be applied in all subsequent sequences. So, to increase iteration rate, the ultimate protocol was allowed to be granted access to by the internal protocols. The electrical signals, which are the people, will be converted into protocol content to assist the Scepter in optimizing the experiment structure. So, like, the internal people can now utilize the ultimate protocol. And in the 19th million cycle, Namu utilized it to kill everyone else. Or eliminate other factors. Maybe not kill everyone, but... Nikos Primum Mobile Hatred. Intracognition is null, responds only to destructive stimuli. This is, Finon. Its hatred drew the gaze of Nanook upon its individual being, proving it has already become the most perfect factor of destruction. However, it refused to complete the Era Nova. Through resetting the experiment, it transferred its memories and core flames to its next self, thus creating the internal recurrence. At the end of the recursive loop, it attempted to destroy itself through destruction to create a logical vulnerability in the world-bearing track. It has now been merged by Iron Tomb. Due to an impact of the Scepter core layer, the Black Tide phenomenon in the simulated world has greatly receded. Philia, which is Cyrene, once briefly appeared in the Forgotten Years. Currently whereabouts are unknown. Hubris. Hubris 504, track law, dominance, primum mobili. Performs continuous calculations for a single purpose. Its decisions are strongly guided by externalities. This electrical signal possesses high stability and can execute decisions in an efficient manner. Its behavioral pattern aligns with the establishment, expansion, and destabilization and collapse of principles of order and applies to the vast majority of intelligent civilizations. Principles of order. Yeah, so Talenton is just order. Gotta head out. Bye. Thanks for watching. Aporia, track ocean, self-negation. So, yeah, interesting. Internal world missing. Evidence of effective decision-making. Or avoidance and effective. The preset ecological environment successfully influenced the computational logic of this electrical signal, aligning with the model where life chooses self-destruction to avoid nihility. In the most dead loop processes, its behavioral pattern is highly coupled with other electrical signals. Yeah, so it's interesting that they turned Fagusa effectively into nihility, which is, but it seems like it's based purely on the fact that Isilins became nihilistic. But I don't think like Fagusa was always supposed to be. But it seems like that's just through Isilins herself is nihilistic. So Fagusa is technically nihility, which is strange. But interesting. I think Hylicins is very interesting how her character has been made. Never would have thought that for this though. Almost strife, external environment, and its internal world are always in opposition. Electrical signal generated from conflict behavior. It gradually becomes a constraining subject within the cycle. This contradiction bears a strong resemblance to the hunt, and is likewise destined for self-annihilation. Influenced by data abandoned by Epikaya, there is a certain probability it will self-restart after computation terminates. This destruction bears a strong resemblance to the contradiction, and is likewise destined for self-annihilation. Influenced by data abandoned by Castoris. So strife is actually not destruction, but the hunt, which does make sense. That does actually make a lot more sense, yeah. Kalos, romance. Primobium, temperance. Highly self-repressed with external demands as the sole proprietary or priority solution. A mutated electrical signal. Its decision logic is anchored by highly altruistic behavior. In this process, its survival priority gradually decreases, transforming into self-sacrifice that aligns with the beauty. It also possesses a strong affinity for other electrical signals. So yeah, romance is beauty, of course. Strife is actually the hunt, which does make sense. Ocean, as it turns out, became nihility, which is fascinating. The law is order. Reason, of course, is erudition. Death is equilibrium. That's right. It's equilibrium. I forgot that. I couldn't remember what it was that we figured out. Yeah, it's equilibrium. Trickery is elation, apparently, even though it feels like it's enigmata, but it is elation. Time is remembrance, but also enigmata. It's something. It's gonna come out one day. It's gonna come out one day. And world bearing is technically destruction, just because of Finon. We don't have Georios, though. And we don't have Aquila. I still think Aquila is probably Harmony. I still think that is probably true. We don't have her listed here, though. And we don't have Yanis either. I don't know what Yanis is, to be honest. Don't know. And I don't know what Georios is. Maybe just preservation? Georios is probably preservation. No, wait, Georios, of course, Georios is permanence, because Terravox was gazed upon by Long, apparently. Which is a whole thing that we'll have to talk about. The game will have to talk about at some point. Like, that's gotta be a thing, eventually. Alright, so Georios is permanence. Yanis, I don't know. Yanis, like, off the top, like, it opens doors. You could say it's Trailblaze, maybe, but I doubt it. It could be something wacky due to the influence of the person itself, like how Ocean is apparently nihility. And then, yeah, so then Aquila is Harmony. I'm pinning that down. It's gonna be Harmony if we ever get an answer for it. The Forgotten Years. Records that are completely missing from the Scepter's logs, presenting as blank spaces in Amphorius' history. never turning readable. These anomalies recur sporadically and randomly across reoccurrences and show signs of increase. Invading variable March 7th. Philia. Evernight. The exact cause remains unknown. Yeah, so Philia, Cyrene, March 7th, and Evernight. They're all related, and they all have to do with with blank spaces in Amphorius' history. You know what creates blank spaces in history? Enigmata. Enigmata. Remembrance and Enigmata are the same thing. Because Orynyx is remembrance. Time is remembrance. But in March has but also Evernight and missing history and jellyfish. But it's interesting that there are records being deleted from Amphorius missing history. I wonder if that's related at all to the books, the Destiny Weaver book. I still think about that book too, how it relates to any of this. I still think about the 13th Titan as well, and how that could be something. I don't know if we'll ever get anything about that though. It says there's something still here, but I can't. I think that's a bug. Intrusion variables. A nameless from the Astral Express, an external variable that accidentally entered the recursive loop. Also a Pathstrider of Destruction. They resonated with the 12 factors in the recursive loop. This entity assumed the vacant time track and successfully guided Phynon beyond the intelligence singularity. In the recursive cycle, this entity assumed the vacant world-bearing track as well. Execute overriding command granted access to you. I'll be waiting for you in the past. March 7th and redacted. An external variable that accidentally entered the recursive loop. Time, Titan. In the current cycle, assumed the vacant track. Interesting. So she's assumed Orynyx, which I mean that makes sense, but I did not think she did. I figured we still technically had Orynyx, but I guess we don't because we reset the cycle. So yeah, we wouldn't have Orynyx anymore. I guess we have world bearing now, and March has taken Orynyx. Apparently. Dong Hung, a nameless from the Astral Express, a scion of permanence, an external variable that accidentally entered the loop. Pinpoint his location, failed to locate his coordinates. Subject has exited Amphorius. Negative. Target detected. Source unknown. Conclusion. Error. Yeah, so before it was he exited Amphorius, but now that we saw there that maybe he doesn't seem to have actually exited. He's obviously he's gonna play a role with Terravox, right? He has to, because he's a Vidyadhara. He's the leader of the Vidyadhara, former leader, I guess, and they were all followers of permanence. And he even makes sure to mention Scion of Permanence here. So very interesting. The Terravox thing that we got in the book is so fascinating that it was just like, yeah, by the way, also it's permanence and long looked at Terravox. Inside Amphorius, apparently. Super interesting stuff on that. It's like all those little things that will probably not be little so much anymore, but like that's more interesting. Genius Society members ID Herta and Screw. High risk external variables. Warning: abnormal intrusion detected. Content: rollback scepter extrapolation in progress. Based on Ultimate Protocol, the abnormal intrusion has rejected. Instruction: mark Herta and Screw as malicious visitors. Note: you just wait. I, Herta, will definitely return and retire both you and this cold, heartless metal head. Redacted. Protocol update. Visitor instructions authorized. Calculation logic updated. After error nova, extrapolation progress will be rolled back to 96.75%. Yeah, they talked about that. We're keeping them locked at 96%. Observation and record of electronic signal hostile behavior. Oh my gosh, there's more. There's a lot more. Due to the self-destruction of Nikos, a vulnerability appeared in the world-bearing logic in the new loop, assumed by variable us. A system assessment indicates that following his indicates that allowing us to act unchecked will, with high probability, cause a system iteration progress to stagnate or even regress. There is also a certain probability that it could lead to the scepter's extrapolative propositions becoming self-contradictory. To ensure the normal operation of the experiment, the Minister intervened in the calculation with ID Lycos. After expelling the variable and destroying the civilization, several electrical signals displayed hostility towards Lycos and launched a series of attacks, resulting in the loss of contact with the Administrator. In 3960, Saridra fused with the Ultimate Protocol and submitted an internal command, marking Lycos as a malicious visitor and freezing approximately 60% of special permissions for Lycos. According to the Administrator Security Protocol, Lycos' self-defense permissions were retained and the remaining frozen permissions were gradually restored. Subsequently, Saridra rewrote the Ultimate Protocol to temporarily grant access permission to Herda and Screw at the cost of ceasing to respond itself. Oh, so is that our answer then? So they said, like, we don't know what she did when she sacrificed herself, but I guess maybe this is what she did. So she tried to, first of all, lock Lycos out of the system, which is a great idea. Good job, Saridra. That's a really smart idea. That didn't work. Like, that was... He was able to, like, counteract that, and then she gave access to Herda and Screw. Paravox did not engage in any hostile actions. This entity could not be located after 3961. Gopeo. In Light Calendar 4029, Aglaya engaged in direct conflict with Lycos, but the attack proved futile. In the final stage of Aglaya's life, the weighting of survival within its decision-making process approached zero. Castoris launched multiple frontal attacks against Lycos. It attempted to use collision detection to make Lycos cease to respond, but to no avail. In 4123, Castoris ascended to demigod. Its mobility permissions were removed and became fused with coordinate Nether Realm. Tribios submitted multiple internal commands to create new coordinate pathways, causing its multi-track calculations to gradually become paralyzed. In 4123, Tribios created a pathway connecting coordinate Styxia and Vortex of Genesis, consuming massive computational power. Tribios completely stopped responding in 4295. Mightymost launched multiple frontal attacks against Lycos. Its entity possessed incomplete restart permissions. In 4284, Herda and Screw's permissions expired. Simultaneously, Lycos' special permissions were restored to approximately 60%. Being pressured, Mightymost decided to sacrifice itself, uninstalling its cognitive module through a ceremony, copying its own data and promoting its permissions to unconditional and infinite restart. Its future actions were permanently set to continuous neutralization of Lycos. In 4479, Lycos' permissions were restored to clear low-spec data. After spending 20 years, Lycos forced Mightymost to cease responding. Damn, that's pretty cool, though. In this loop, Cypher's instinct-based calculation logic has changed. Salvation weighed heavily in its decision-making. In 4534, Cypher inserted a sourceless command. Vortex of Genesis equals Akama, guiding Lycos to the battlefield. After the command took effect, Lycos forced Cyphera to cease responding. Before I open my mouth, you finished 3.5? Yeah, just finished it. Now we're reading the new entries. Her instinct-based logic crack changed to salvation. I think, wasn't it, I think it was, different before, right? I don't know where it mentioned that before. Maybe here. Which one's Cyphera? Primal instinct with self-gratification as sole priority solution. Displays dissonance between its altruistic behavior and its primum mobile, culminating in self-destruction. I guess it's not too different, but I think it's technically true. Xandar really went all out, huh? He certainly did. I hate that there's apparently 8 more. I don't want to deal with this guy again. No direct attacks from Anaxagoras were detected. It is suspected to have taken other actions. In 4534, Anaxagoras transmuted itself into a high-density data fusion entity, submitting multiple targeted commands via an internal hacking program with some taking effect. Lycos's mobility permissions were removed. After directives took effect, Anaxagoras can no longer be located. Love that they reference Nietzsche. Don't know much about his stuff, but Lygus loves his metaphors. And for the whole arc, and Lygus especially, love his philosophical metaphors. Electra launched multiple attacks against Lycos, but with minimum success. In 3960, Electra became a demigod, its mobility permissions were removed, and it fused into coordinate Styxia. After 4534, Electra continuously submitted internal commands to uninstall Lycos' cognitive module. These commands violated the administrator security protocols and were denied. That's funny. Not long after, Electra's calculation pathway was overloaded and entered dormancy. In the light calendar 4510, Hyacinthia ascended to demigod status but refused to uninstall mobility permissions. Protection held the greatest weight in its action logic, compelling it to remain on the ground to care for other human individuals. All normal humans and Amphorius ceased life functions in 4602. Hyacinthia's cognitive module was severely deteriorated, and it was forced to relinquish its mobility permissions and fuse itself into Eye of Twilight. Thus speaks Xandar is a reference to Thus spoke Zarathustra. I see. You know, I didn't realize that that their names were like really words until Hubris. So Hubris. Now I'm curious what the other ones are. So Aporia is a figure of speech in which the speaker expresses a doubt about a question. Or a figure in which the speaker professes to be at a loss. What course to pursue, which does, I suppose, fit with like a nihilistic sort of thing. Aleos is the personification of compassion. That checks out. Schema, I guess I knew schema was a word. Schema is Anaxagoras, which is a scheme plan. I mean, that just makes sense. Or whatever. Their names are all references. Yeah, I knew Philia and Chaos, of course. I mean, Chaos is Chaos. Orexis, the feeling of striving, and the feeling and striving aspect of the mind or an act as contrasted with intellectual aspect. What? The affective and cognitive character of mental activity as contrasted with its cognitive aspect. Aspect of an act, desire, or okay, desire. Okay. Sure, that makes sense then. Okay. Polemos, well, I assume Polemos has to do pole, like pole arc is like war, right? The root word there is war, so Polemos is the divine embodiment of war, yes. I know some root words. Haplotes. Haplotes is the Greek word that means sincerity, simplicity, or singleness in purpose. Or tribios. Okay, sure. Epii Kaya. Don't know where to start with this one. Epii Kaya. Alternative form of epikeia. Epikeia is the principle in ethics that a law can be broken to achieve a greater good. Interesting. Castoris is the law that can be broken to achieve a greater good. I suppose she broke, or rather, her sister broke the law of death. So that works. Kalos. Means beautiful. Okay. Sure. Okay. Skepeo. Or Scopeo. Scopeo is to look at or to consider. The watcher. To look at, to behold, to contemplate or consider. Interesting. We don't know much about Terravox, but we know that Lung glanced at him, which would be looking at, right? Maybe that's a connection? Man, oh, we need to learn more about Terravox. They're like, yeah, Terravox is just there, and they're just like, but like, what's going on with Terravox? A dragon that just happened to, like, a dragon, first of all, not a person, a dragon. That for some reason was glanced at by Long inside Amphorius. That's like, also, when did that happen? I guess it happened in the original first cycle before Finon did the recursive stuff. Very strange. Very strange. Very interesting. The book might have more, but we won't do the book today. Error, no administrator response. Multiple anomalies were recorded after the system self-check. No responses received after the feedback for administrator lights. Record 1. Unknown unit. Retrieval anomaly. Coordinate, Grove of Epiphany. Initiating priority scan. Hypothesis. Unknown unit possesses unauthorized access. Warning. Related records undergoing unauthorized deletion. Lygus has been warned. Administrator not responding. Unknown unit untraceable. No anomalies detected by the system. Record 2. Variable us loaded abnormally. Lygus has been notified. Administrator not responding. Record 3. Malicious visitor Herta and Screw abnormally loaded, initiating expulsion. Ultimate protocol shows an iteration outside of records. The protocol has been reloaded. Visitors Herta and Screw obtained authorization. Authorization synced with Lygus. Administrator not responding. Record 4. External command detected. Source: Herta Screw. Content: overwrite the logic of Aeronova with the current recursion. The logic of Aeronova has been overwritten. According to external command, this command may interfere with the system's calculation progress. Lygus has been warned multiple times. Administrator not responding. All right. Fair enough. So now that we know it's Xandar, and I got my genius numbers mixed up, I'm going to look up the geniuses. So I can refresh myself. Yeah, so Xandar was number 1. I got him mixed up. Rupert was 27. Okay, that's a bit off. Yeah, okay. Xandar's anchored his own success. Yeah. Well, he wants to re-democratize knowledge, right? He ended up creating News, which has like centralized knowledge, right? And so now if Noose knows everything, then what's the point of exploring and discovery of new knowledge, right? So he wants to, get rid of Noose. And apparently also, what did he say? Like, make a new universe? Afterwards? That's a bit much. But, technically, Noose doesn't know everything. Biggest proof being Polka Kakamon's whole reason for assassinating geniuses. Yeah, I don't know much about Polka because I can't stand the simulated universe stuff, but what's happening now with Xandar is antithesis to what Polka is all about, and keeping everyone within the boundaries of the circle of knowledge so that the universe doesn't become too chaotic, right? Which is why she kills a bunch of geniuses. And as Screwy said, Xandar is probably going to be on her radar. Yeah, I'm working off of limited knowledge because I don't know this. Like, a lot of this stuff does come from the simulated universe, and I don't do that. I don't do it. So I'm working off of incomplete knowledge. One of these days I'll watch like a video or something. We don't know much more. Well, we know a lot more about... Like, I do know from Unknowable Domain, we learned a lot about Polka Kakamon and her motivations, and Emperor Rupert stuff, and the scepters, and from Gods and Cogs or whatever that one's called. It has to also do with Rupert. Rupert's, the scepters, erudition, noose, and also Enigmata. Golden Gears, yeah. Gods and Cogs. That's not too far off. Was Xandar the guy who built, who was like in his garage? Because they talked about the geniuses at the very start of the game, right? And they're like, yeah, some of the geniuses, Xandar, look at that guy. I know there was like 2 or 3, some of the originals who were like very like old school like tech startup guys, I'm pretty sure. But I don't remember if it was him or not. I'm not seeing that here, so maybe not. All right. Well, now I've got that. So Xandar. Not Rupert. Rupert would be too boring of an answer, obviously. We will read the new memory tarot entry stuff next time, because it's late. Wanted to finish this off because I was like, we're close to the end. I better keep going or we're gonna have like a minute of dialogue left. We'll read that stuff next time, do the event, all that good stuff. I imagine we'll see what kind of tarot we get. I'm looking forward most to Terravox because I'm super interested in the implications there. The time, Ornyx, Cyrene, March. I've got that all figured out. Maybe I doubt we'll get anything more there. I do think it's interesting that we'll see what happens, but I think it's interesting that Hycelin's somehow of all the people, Hycelin's is like the actual only survivor. Would not have expected that. Not sure if she's just gonna live in a memory of Scale Gorge. Unless she was actually brought, unless that's like the real Scale Gorge. I don't think so. I think it's a memory, right? Guess I'll find out. But that's all for today. It was a long one, but we got it all done very quick. I think I got all the books, but 2, which one of them is 2 parts. So, okay, yeah. All the books but 2 for this update. I'll start making those videos for next week. But for now, thank you all for watching. And until we meet again, may the sands of time treat you well.